Good morning, everyone. It looks like we're waiting for just a couple of minutes for a couple more board members to arrive. All right, everyone. Well, I just heard from both John and Lauren, and it looks like, or Mr. Singletary and Miss Duncan, it looks like they're both trying to get on and they're working as quickly as possible on that.
Good morning, everyone. This is Lauren, just calling in so we can get started.
Ms. Wareham, would you like to go ahead and get us started?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
That's okay. No, I just figured that with Mr. Singletary not being able to join quite yet, he's working on it right now. He'll take over when he gets back on, but this way we can get started.
Sure. Welcome to the January 19th Mineland Reclamation Board. Can we just do brief introductions here? I just heard Lauren attendance. I just heard Lauren on.
Tim Mock, present.
Thanks.
Jill
Patrick-
Nelson present.
Patrick Ortiz present.
Hey, Patrick.
Yep, good meeting,
So
Lauren.
looks like Tony, I see him. Oh, I see you. Okay. And John's joining. Okay, great. Sounds like everyone's here. Can we do a approval of the December 2021 summary of minutes? Any changes or notes anyone noticed?
This is Lauren, so moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion from Lauren, second from Jill. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Minutes approved. Continuances and
Sorry about that.
withdrawals. I don't think I saw any. Is that still correct there?
Madam Chair, this is Russ Means with the division. The division is going to be withdrawing item number 6, which is the Red Feathers Excavating. We got some information and stuff here Friday that had us and stuff reconsider, and we're going to withdraw that. So item number 6 and stuff we're requesting a withdrawal.
Okay, great to know. Thank you, Mr. Means. So do we need a formal vote on that then for motion to approve, withdrawal of item number 6, Red Feather Excavating?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a easy thing to do. So
Sounds good. Would anyone like to make that motion?
Motion to withdraw item number 6.
Thanks.
This is Lauren, I second.
Okay, Mr. Mock and Ms. Duncan, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed? Okay. All right, thank you for that. We will withdraw item number 6. Executive Director Report, Mr. Mock.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Brennan. Good morning. Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources. A couple updates here. COVID-19 response. As Colorado grapples with COVID cases, all DNR employees who can work from home have been asked to do so until at least January 31st. Likewise, as you can tell by this meeting, we are also, all of our boards and commissions are meeting remotely during this time. Legislative session kicked off last week. Just as a quick reminder here, our legislative agenda includes reauthorization of the Habitat Partnership Program, reauthorization of the non-game species tax checkoff, protecting sensitive wildlife data, an annual species conservation trust fund bill, and the annual water projects bill. We did have a January 3rd mid-year budget supplemental. That supplemental request includes changes to our fiscal year 2023 budget. It includes a DNR tribal liaison position, funding to implement recommendations in the Parks and Wildlife Big Game Policy Report, and operating funds for the new state park at Sweetwater Lake. Also, DNR is now hiring, and it is posted on the state's employment website, a new HR director. So if you are, or someone else you know is interested in that position, please feel free to take a look at that. State and federal stimulus dollars. To date, we have received a total investment of $130 million in state stimulus funds, primarily focused in 3 major areas. I've reviewed those over the past. We have not received any direct federal stimulus funding. We are looking out for that, but we have requested or have 2 high priority proposals for the allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act remaining stimulus funds. That's $15 million to respond to the threat of a mandatory uncompensated permanent agricultural dry-up in the Republican and Rio Grande basins, and $22.8 million for broadband access at 24 remote rural state parks that currently lack connectivity, as well as water and sewer improvements at 4 state parks. And a couple other reminders here. The Colorado Water Conservation Board did a workshop that will be held at the upcoming January board meeting to walk through the framework of the 4 action areas of the Colorado Water Plan update to get board feedback and approval. That takes place on January 25th at 10:45. Also, a draft of the water plan update is expected to be released on June 30th, 2022 for a 90-day public comment. Then we expect to finalize that document later this year. And then finally, Colorado Parks and Wildlife is celebrating this year 125 years of conservation in Colorado. It's their 125th anniversary. And they'll be spending this year by telling stories of the agency's long history of wildlife conservation and outdoor recreation in a series of stories, videos, podcasts, and community events over the next coming 12 months. And with that, I conclude the executive director's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Mock? Right. Ms. Brandon?
Hello, good morning. Jenny Brandon, Division Director. Yeah, just a few quick things. You may remember the cessation order that you put on West Elk up in Gunnison Coal Mine, up in Gunnison County, after the district court filed an order vacating the exemption to the roadless rule. And since the operator is no longer involved in that area at all, they've completely withdrawn from that area. We did withdraw the cessation order. There was really no need for it at that point. However, if they ever go back in, then we would immediately impose a cessation order, of course, because there is no longer the exception to the roadless rule. So with the vacatur. So anyway, I thought you might be interested in that. And also just a couple of things coming your way in the new year. One's the rulemaking you've been hearing about forever. Of course, we were waiting for a full board, number 1, and number 2, for the holidays to pass. But that's definitely coming your way in full force. So we'll get that taken care of. And then I think I've mentioned that we do think with the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, which is a federal act, that we will get about $10 million for 15 years, $10 million each year for 15 years for coal-related AML, abandoned mine legacy work. And we can definitely put that to good use. A lot of our, reclamation, when you think of things like Gold King, those are hard rock sites. So we can't use it for that. But we have plenty to do when it comes to coal mine fires, and they're expensive. They require highly skilled contractors. And so far, throughout the duration of our program, we've basically just been able to mitigate and monitor. We have not been able to extinguish. We haven't been able to solve. We've just been able to kind of band-aid it as we go and try and reduce the risk, this near wildfire or near a residential area or what have you. But with this money, $10 million a year for 15 years, I mean, that's a sea change for the program, absolutely. And we'll be able to do a lot more with coal mine fires, and we'll also be able to do more public safety closures. So anyway, that's all I have, unless there's any questions or comments.
Great, thank you. Mr. Singletary, I'll let you take it from here. Just so that you know, we had an addition to the continuances and withdrawals. There was some agreement made and some notifications made with the Red Feather Lakes item number 6 has been withdrawn. So just so that you know that on the agenda, it doesn't look like we have any items on the consent agenda. So as far as I can tell, we're here at number 5, the enforcement hearing for Grand Island Resources, if you want to take it from here. And I think you're still muted. Still muted.
Am I back?
There you go. All right.
Okay. So do we need to do anything with that withdrawal of the Feather Lake issue?
No, we moved and
You've done
approved that one already. Yep.
Okay. Well, then let's do it. We'll get started with item number 5, which is Grand Island Resources. Let's see, so does staff start first here on Grand Island?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Singh,
everybody
so we're prepared to give an intro on this one.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. This is Amy Ashberger with the division. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay.
Yeah.
This enforcement hearing is for the Cross Gold Mine. It's permit number M 1977-410. It's operated by Grand Island Resources, LLC. The purpose of this hearing is to provide the board with a status update on site activities and for consideration of civil penalties associated with violation number MV 2021-017. And the division has scheduled only a half hour for this hearing, just given its limited scope.
Hang on a second. Sorry, Amy. John, do you want to go ahead and swear everyone in?
Okay. Who we need to swear those folks that are going to testify on this issue? Could they recognize themselves?
Gregory Miller.
Do you all promise to tell the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
Hey, it's Tommy.
Okay.
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so just a reminder for all, we did have an enforcement hearing for this permit during the December 15th board meeting. And if it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and just share my screen. I just want to put up recommendations from, oh, sorry here. Get this going. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? Okay. Okay, so during the December 15th board meeting, the board did find the operator in violation, and they also issued a cease and desist order. And the board also issued a total of 4 corrective actions. And these, don't have to, I won't go back over all these. I'm assuming everybody remembers what the details of these corrective actions were. So during the December 15th hearing, the division recommended that the board find the operator in violation for 85 days with a civil penalty assessed at $200 a day for a total civil penalty of $17,000 with all but $5,000 suspended. And at that time, the board continued the consideration of the civil penalties for that violation, and they wanted to hear a status update on site activities at the current board hearing. So that's what we're here for today. And I just want to note that since the December 15th hearing, the operator has complied with a cease and desist order by requesting the division's approval of site activities, which they categorize by priority level. And I've added the correspondence between the division and the operator on these activities in the board packet. And I just wanted to note that the division did approve all activities classified as priority 1 and all but one of the activities classified as priority 2 within 24 hours of the operator's request. And then after some additional information was provided, we did approve, I believe, an additional activity. So we're still reviewing some of the priority 3 activities and the hydrogeologic study. And then on January 11th, the division did conduct a site inspection. And this inspection report was issued yesterday and it's available on the division's website. And I just wanted to ask if the board wanted to see any pictures from that report. I have the report available here, I could share it on the screen, just show you a few pictures, or I can just walk you through it verbally. Which do you prefer?
What's the board's pleasure?
Pictures, please.
Okay, good.
Okay,
Show us some pictures.
let me show you some pictures here. Try to increase the size of it here. So actually, let me just scroll down here. So at this time, all the mine water from Caribou Mine and from the Cross Mine are both being discharged into Pond 1. And this is on the screen right now in photo 2. So this is where all mine discharge is going at this time. And this water is being pumped into a Connex box. And you can see it in the background here next to the Cross Mine building. Photo 3 just has a close-up of this Connex box. I think everybody's seen a Connex box before. Insulated. And then photo 4, I just want to show you the inside of this box. So we have a 4-bag or bag filtration system. It's a 5-micron treatment system that the water runs through first. And this filtration system was installed in November. And then the rest of the system, you can see on photo 5, these 2 blue vessels here as part of the polishing component. So then the water runs through this heavy metal polishing. And at this time, the operator said they are just using one of the vessels because they found that having 2 online was kind of over treating the water, and it was running into, they were having some pH issues. So this full system has been in place since December. And it just went online 24/7 the night before our January 11th inspection. And let's see. So Pond 2 is not being used at this time for the current treatment regime. And that's what you see in photo 6 here. It's covered in snow. And then there was some new infrastructure that was put in place. So there's some new pipelines. You can see this in photo 7. Just to discharge the water directly from Pond 1 now to that existing discharge line, which goes to the permitted outfall on Coontrap Creek. And just as far as the data goes, so they have, like I mentioned earlier, the filtration system was in place in November. They do have some data available for November, and they were meeting effluent limitations except for pH and lead during November. And then the full treatment system was online as of December. We're still waiting on the December data. I spoke with the operator yesterday, and it sounds like maybe this data has just now come in. So perhaps they'll be prepared to talk about it today. But at this time, the division doesn't have any water quality data to look at. But based on the November data, you know, they are meeting their standards for cadmium, zinc, and some of these other metals that we had issues with earlier in the year. And so the operator is still working to fine tune this system. Of course, there's going to be some adjustments along the way, especially now that it's running 24/7. And of course, they'll probably need to scale it up a little bit to deal with higher volumes of water during spring runoff. And they have installed some automation instrumentation as well. I think I mentioned that earlier. So at this time, we don't have any water quality data to share with the board. So for, you know, maybe the operator has that available, but the system is online. We did observe it in place. It's functioning. And that was since the system fully was online since December. So let's see. I think that's about all I have as far as just the update on site activities. Does the board have any questions? I was going to pass it over to Michael Cunningham. But before that, if you had any questions just about the inspection or what occurred in the last hearing, I'd be happy to answer those questions.
Any questions?
And I can stop
Okay.
sharing my screen too.
Thanks, Amy. If you want to go ahead and stop sharing your screen there, that'd be great.
Let me do that. Oh, okay, I'll go ahead and mute myself here.
Just a few more items for the board to follow up on a few of the discussion points we had at the December hearing. We did meet with Boulder County, the City of Boulder, and Water Quality Control Division on January 13th to provide updates on the different things the respective agencies are working on. We anticipate getting back together with that same group in March sometime. So I just want the board to be aware we do have open lines of dialogue with the other agencies. We're keeping each other apprised of the different things that we're working on our respective ends. Additionally, we continue to investigate some of the complaints that had asserted impacts to water quality. We anticipate we're going to conclude our investigation by the end of the month. We've been reviewing data from well owners as well as a data set provided by the City of Boulder, which has been helpful in our investigation. And again, we expect to have a determination on that here shortly. And with that, I think that concludes Division's update. Again, as Amy noted, with respect to the civil penalty assessment, staff's recommendation remains the same as it was from December. I just wanted to note for the board that our recommendation on the civil penalty is really based on the violation and everything that occurred prior to the December hearing. But we do acknowledge that the operator has taken a number of different actions to bring the site back into compliance, and acknowledge that the board has discretion to modify that civil penalty amount. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer that. Otherwise, I know we have the operator here today who's prepared to fill in the board on some of the other things they've been working on.
Any questions of Michael from the board? With that, we'll turn it over to Grand Island.
Patrick Delaney. And I apologize, my video is not working today, unfortunately, but thank you, members of the board. And thank you, Amy and Michael, for giving an update on the last site visit that you guys had with us. So just wanted to talk through some of the things that we've been working on since the last board hearing. I came on board with the Grand Island Resource Team in December, and that was after that hearing. One of our main goals and what we've been working on is automating the system that's been on site. So part of that automation and instrumentation that we've been introducing, and Amy had some pictures there to show you, is getting level control on the pond and the influent pump to the system. So we installed a programmable logic controller to the system inside of that Connex that you saw there. And that's basically the heart of the system. This can be accessed remotely anywhere offsite from your phone, anywhere with an internet connection, you can see it. So it's been set up for email and text message alarms per the parameters that we're tracking. And as I mentioned, that automation was fully commissioned on January 7th. On January 10th, we started running the system 24/7. So no water, as Amy mentioned, is going through pond 2. It's all going through this treatment system, and has been monitoring 24/7 to ensure that treatment is continuing and nothing is overflowing without getting past the bag filter system and the absorbent material that's pulling out the heavy metals. Part of this package that we're doing is increased analytical. So that started on January 12th. What we're doing there is ensuring that we've got a plethora of data, both on the source streams, so the Caribou and the Cross, as well as discharge from this new treatment system. This analytical has been sampled daily. So starting on Wednesday the 12th, we've been sampling every single day, excluding the weekends due to staffing. But we have multiple data points that we're hoping to get back any day, and we're going to continue to monitor daily the system, giving different pressure differentials across the filters themselves, different flow, the influent concentration, so we know the reduction based on what's coming into pond 1 and the reduction we're getting out. We did get one small preliminary set of data maybe 5 minutes before this meeting. It was just for iron. It was non-detect in the discharge. And that was coming in at 170-ish. So we're getting great reduction in the preliminary results. As I mentioned, our sample after the last hearing was within compliance. So we had no issues at the end of December with the new system up and running, bypassing pond number 2. We hope to have a nice set of package of analytical for the quarterly report in March, and that would be 4 months of increased analytical on the source, on the treatment system itself. Part of other things that we're doing is training other staff members, so multiple people on the site are aware of how to run the system whenever needed. A lot of these people live close to town. As mentioned, those alarms go out if anything goes wrong and someone can get to site quickly. Part of this is documentation on the system, so standard operating procedures. We've been working on getting that documentation in place, as well as operation and maintenance manuals. One of my tasks is part of the water quality control division, the NOV. So I'm working on a facility evaluation, and that goes hand in hand with this increased analytical to ensure that we know all of the contaminants coming in, what the system can do, how it can perform. And as Amy mentioned, ramped up the system itself based on spring runoff. So we're well within compliant with the flows that we might see at that time. It's been great working with and working for Grand Island Resources, and a few weeks I've been a part of the project. It's been very exciting and fast paced as far as what we've been getting done and the progress we've been getting completed, sparing no expense and making water quality a top priority. So if you guys have any questions about any of the points that just had there.
Any questions, Patrick? Thank you. Is there any other further testimony or information coming from Grand Island?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Takami. Can you guys hear me okay? Just a thumbs up. I just like to talk a little bit about community outreach. Today we mailed 1,813 letters to all local residents and non-resident landholders in Netherlands. I had a guest opinion on the daily camera in the Mountaineer, so just to get our message out, so we don't want anyone to not know what's going on up the mountain. In the summertime or later on this year, we plan to rent out the camera room for a question and answer session, and just some more community events that we've done in the past, just so everyone knows that we are very much part of the community. We're the lead sponsor for Dead Man Days, as many of you guys know that. It's a big event in Netherlands. It was canceled for COVID, but we're still very much part of that community there. And prior to me taking over as president, our founder is Tom Hendrickson. For the last 45 years, prior to that, he had 45 years of miner days where we educated the public on mining, and we had games for kids, games for adults. It was a festival, so it's very nice for the community. We are sponsoring a little league team we did last year. We're going to do that again this year. The Rocky Mountain Rescue Group, they train on our property. We work hand in hand with Mountain Road Rangers. In fact, just the other day, we pulled out 3 sheriffs and a EMS truck that was stuck trying to pull out a skier with a broken leg. So we actually plowed through the drifts to get them out. And everyone was very, very grateful, and they actually wrote up a nice little article about us. We took our road grader and road graded all the way down to the fire station because they were not able to get people in and out. And so everyone's very, very happy and we're trying to do our part just, as good neighbors and good friends. So as far as our community outreach, we're doing everything that we possibly can to touch every single person in the town and hopefully in the area in the county. Any questions for me?
Any questions from the board? The audio there was tough for me to decipher. So if there's questions, I'd like to hear them.
Hi all, this is Lauren. I agree. I had a really hard time hearing that. I apologize. Sounds like in general though, there's an effort being made and a communication being made to improve that connection with the town. I will say just from a community member standpoint, we still see some contention there between the mine's communication with town and kind of what's being shared with the community. It isn't all sunshine and roses just yet, but hopefully these are the steps we need to take to get a little bit closer to understanding one another.
John Henderson here. Daniel mentioned that we have prepared and enveloped some 1,800 individual letters that will be going out to community members and landowners in the area. Those I think are starting to go out right now. In a few moments, I'm going to have Ed Byrne do some comment on some extensive agency responses, which we've prepared and continue to work on. But as someone who's been affiliated with this operation since 1976, the days when the dinosaurs still walked the earth, this mine is no stranger to this community. As a matter of fact, for 45 years, Tom Hendricks Mining Company, and then the Calais entity have funded and been involved in for decades, dozens and dozens and dozens of community events in Nederland that have been sponsored by or money donated to or men, equipment, and materials devoted to. Many of the monuments around the town of Nederland to the mining industry, the mining museum and elsewhere enjoyed the benefits of that work. And this literally has gone on for some 45 years. Daniel mentioned the rescues we do up on top of the mountain as one of the things that we do. We have a very large land holding up there, including roughly about 450 acres of patented fee land. We have always allowed public access to that land for skiing and other recreational activities, which continues. And in a typical year, we will do dozens of rescues of cars and trucks and individuals who have been hurt or disabled up in the mountains or along the Caribou Road, which is an interesting drive during winter weather that has continued for decades. So our interaction with this community has been very long and very continuous, which to us was a little bit of a surprise as to how strongly we were attacked from so many directions. I'm going to have Ed Byrne talk a little bit about some of the specific responses we've been working on. It's been very, very fast-paced work because some of these comments came in very, very recently, and we've had to address them in very rapid fashion. In follow-up to one of the comments that came from Amy, I think there have now been something like 52 or 53 quote-unquote citizen complaints that have been entered with the board. We've been mapping and following those, and I believe we've only identified 9 that are actually within the same drainage as the mine. And if those require individual addresses, we will do that. Our community letters that Daniel mentioned that are going out give the contact information for the mine and invite questions to us or responses to any particular concerns that they have. I'd like to now pass it on. I may be back, but I'd like to pass it on to Ed Byrne to specifically discuss the size, scope, and number of agency responses that we've been mustering in rapid order.
Good morning, and thank you again for your time and service to the state. We appreciate it. And let me just first say that we don't anticipate that BRMS is going to be our publicist, but I will also say that Grand Island Resources has staffed up to be effective and productive miners, not publicists themselves. And so we've been working we didn't realize there was blowback until late November of last year. And so we've been working, finding out some of the agencies that we needed to be talking to. We thought for most of the summer that our water quality work needed to be directed to the Water Quality Control Division. We learned in September that DRMS felt they should be in that loop. And we learned on Friday that the city of Boulder felt it needed to be in that loop. We have been in communication, obviously, with y'all, but we are also, I responded to the city of Boulder on Friday. We are hoping to have a meeting with them this week, if not early next week. Some of their comments, which came in late, don't clearly show a lack of understanding of what's been going on. They thought there was no water treatment system, and it has made a world of difference. The good news is we now have a story to tell, and it's a good story. We've reached out to the Daily, we've sent guest opinions to the Daily Camera in the end of December, and in the Mountain Ear last week, that has provided information to the general public, those that read newspapers still. We've been adding that information to social media so that people who are looking for their news in that location can get it. We've invited people to communicate directly with us. We weren't really set up for that. The Grand Island Resources barely has a website, but we are working on that. We've engaged a communications consultant in Boulder who is going to build up our web presence so that it'll be even easier for people to track what we're doing at the mine and ask questions so that we can provide accurate answers. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. We didn't realize that we had a challenge with the town of Nederland, and a lot of the objections that have been generated were generated by a group of activists who've been very organized. They were originally kind of pulled together to fight the Gross Reservoir Dam project. And I mean, the name of the group is Save the Colorado. And one thing we know for certain is the Colorado has no water coming from our mine. But they exist. We're working to try to provide them with good information. And we think that we have turned a corner and that the public will be pleased with what we've done and what we hope to do in the future. Thank you.
Ed, have you responded to City of Boulder Utilities specifically and tried to arrange a meeting?
Yes, I responded on Friday, called the person who was the author of well, not the author of the letter, but the one who sent it to you, Kate Dunlap. I spoke with her last night. I've been trying to reach her, but because of the holiday, she didn't get to work till Tuesday. She's working remotely. I was leaving messages on her office line because that was the published number. Good news is she's in our church, and I've known her since she was a young lady. And so we had a good conversation, and I expect we'll be meeting with the city in the very near future.
I would say that in my 45 years of experience up there, we've never had a complaint or contact from City of Boulder Utilities. And of course, City of Boulder is a major water right owner on all of the relevant streams in the area, including Barker Reservoir. So,
and John, I would point out last night in talking to Kate, she named a person that they met with at the mine in February of 2020. But
I'm going to object at this point. Let's move along and stay on point here and stay as to what's relevant. Let's stay focused and not just talking about how you're dealing with complaints.
The reason we're doing that is because it was a major concern at the prior board meeting that we established lines of communication with the local agencies, the agencies we're working with, and we're really concerned, a major concern that we were getting information, good information out to the communities. We would like to talk more about water quality, which is the real focus of this. I would say that in trying to put this in perspective, during the 20-month period that we basically been talking about since the December hearing, The mine has been tested on something approximately 400 different parameters. We had exceedances on 11 of those, all on aquatic life standards. Of those 11 exceedances, all were within drinking water limits, and that's at our pipe discharge. So we're going to address those concerns. Our number one emphasis is on water quality. We have actually been moving at the speed of light to try to get the second generation system up and running. Our technical expert has spoken to that, and efforts continue. And Amy's correct. We're in a shakedown phase where we learn things about how the system works. And as I understand it, we did get some other samples in on the first round of testing. And Daniel, I don't know if someone wants to address that, but we did get some recent samples in that I understand are very, very promising.
Yeah, Mr. Henderson, and I want to, we're severely challenged today on our agenda. I would like to hear what the staff thinks about where we are right now and how it pertains to what we directed you to do, so that we can make a decision. You know, we've kind of allocated a half hour and we're pushing that right now, but I'd like to hear from the staff. And then if there's some responses needed and more questions from the board, I'd like to do that rather than, and I know this is Zoom, but I don't like jumping back and forth without recognition. I just think that's not the way to run a meeting. So I'd like to go to staff right now and see what, and ask them the question about how they feel we're progressing with what the board agreed to in December.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Cunningham, representing the division. To answer your question, I think the operator has demonstrated a good faith effort in bringing the site back into compliance. We were pleased with what we saw when we went up there for our inspection. They have hired and engaged a qualified group of technical folks up there. We certainly have some familiarity on some of the other water quality projects that they've been involved in. So I think they've got the right group of folks there. I'd certainly say things are moving in the right direction. We may not be able to state that they're fully in compliance, but we're hopeful that we will be able to make that determination in the next month or two. Again, I think things are moving in the right direction here.
Okay, thank you. And Lauren, who's trying to interrupt me? Lauren, did you get I couldn't tell whether you got your questions answered or you got stepped on because you're a neighbor up there. I'd like to hear what your thoughts are.
Thanks. No, I think my questions were answered, and I apologize. My internet connection is horrible today, so if it's not working, let me know. No, I mean, I just been the recipient of some of the communication the Grand Island is putting out, like in the Mountaineer that they mentioned. Yes, we all read that. It really does get out. So I think there's still a focus on what has gone wrong in the past, and I'm hopeful that for Grand Island and for the community, we can start moving forward towards a more positive line of communication. And I hope that's what Grand Island's communication expert or team starts to focus on, that it's not what folks have said in the past, what has gone wrong, but instead a focus on what's going forward and what's getting improved upon. I'm glad to hear that you're meeting with all those folks. Within Boulder County, Boulder rules, right? You do talk to the county, you do talk to the city, you have to make those connections. That's how we all work up here. Yes, I'm in a neighboring county, but boy, do I work quite a bit in Nederland and in Boulder. So I'm sympathetic to the amount of communication that needs to be completed, but know that it really does need to get done. So I'm glad you've taken those steps. I'm glad these technological improvements are going into place. Glad to hear you're getting new data. I'm glad the division's gone up there, that you've had an opportunity to do the site tour with Amy, and that you've improved upon those lines of communication with the division. I think that was a crucial component to what we were hoping for. So I'm hearing things going in the right direction. I just hope that that's where we can focus moving forward.
Any other comments from the board, or do we need to take direction, any other direction today? Lauren, do you think or any board member, any other comments or direction or thoughts?
If I may,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
if I may, real quickly, I think what Grand Island's doing in outreach is Lauren said, is focusing on the future, but I hope and pray that it's not a campaign, that it becomes a part of the way you do business. That's it.
Okay, Jill, thank you. Anything further? Do we need to do anything today as a board?
John, yeah, I think what got continued from last month was the amount of the civil penalties, so the total amount and whether and how much or if at all the board felt was appropriate to suspend or kind of pending. I think there was a sense from last month that to give the operator some time to start working and come back this month and make a determination on the civil penalties. So that's kind of what's at least in my mind what you all need to discuss and do so that we can kind of close out that order from last month.
Hi, this is Amy with the division. I just wanted to say, if you need me to put back up the screen with the civil penalty recommendations from last board hearing, just let me know and I can share that with you again.
Amy, that may be helpful. I would like to say that, I'm going to call the hearing closed so that the board can discuss what we need to do. I appreciate the information. I really do appreciate what I see as positive action with correcting what needs to be done. But I'm going to close the hearing, and then Amy, if you might put that up so that the board could discuss what they may or may not want to do today. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll do that now. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yeah, we can. Or at least I can.
Okay.
Any discussion or direction we want to, what do you want to do? What do you think as a board here? Because that's where we are right now in board discussion.
So Amy, for clarification, it looks like, that middle paragraph there, not less than 4,250. So that's the minimum. And then the recommendation is a civil penalty for 17,000 with all but 5,000 suspended. So really, you could, minimum wise, you're discussing whether or not it would be all but 5,000 or a floor of 4,250. If I'm talking on the low end, am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, so per statute, the board may assess a civil penalty of $50 up to $200 a day, because this is a 110 operation. And so our recommendation was for $200 per day. So that would be the maximum of the range. And so the total civil penalty would be 17,000. And we were asking that the board suspend all but the 5,000 if they comply with those corrective actions. So that's what division staff is recommending.
Thank you. Me personally, I certainly think there still needs to, this civil penalty, particularly, I think it's great that you all have assembled a team of experts and really shown your due diligence in getting this up to speed. Even looking at those photos, it's impressive. And then you talk about winter and snow and all of those other things. That was no easy task, I'm sure. And I can see the dedication there. It does still, though, very much concern me that there was a lag. I understand that you lost your leader of a long time, but you've still been, doing this. And I guess hearing that you didn't realize you needed to engage the county of Boulder or the city of Boulder on some things, that really shouldn't be a new surprise at all, especially something, to Mr. Henderson's point about being around since the dinosaurs. that's pretty standard knowledge here. So a lot happened before these hearings. You guys have done a lot of work, but I still think that there's some lessons learned here, and that should be reflected in the civil penalties.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, this is Patrick. I think these these statutes are put in place for accountability and transparency for citizens of the state of Colorado to understand that mining operations are done responsibly and in a as transparent as possible method for the communities adjacent to it or in that vicinity. And I'm really impressed by Grand Island, by you all putting in the work, with the holidays and in these winter months to begin a path to compliance and keeping these agencies abreast and talking to each other, because I think that's kind of the key where we can find a path forward and understand, okay, this is the current status of things, and we can keep the community informed as things progress from here on out. So that goes to say, sounds like there was some things that were not taken into account prior to September 21st, 2021. So I think, we need to abide by these statutes and consider that, I think a minimum civil penalty range would be fitting for this, just as a show of good faith for a positive path forward for the communities who surround you and your operation. But I'm really pleased to see the community outreach piece, really being intentional about communicating what your plans are moving forward. So I just wanted to commend you all on that.
Mr. Chair, Tim Mock here. I would agree with all of this. I do appreciate the efforts that have been put in place here, and I do think we do have some very productive progress. To Jill's point, we did, I think, make a request that it wasn't just talking at the community, so I would continue to strongly encourage the operators to engage in a two-way conversation. And that all said, I'm supportive of the staff recommendation to suspend all but $5,000.
Any other comments?
This is Anthony. I agree with those statements and would vote for the lower end of the penalties.
Okay. Anybody want to put together a motion? I hope somebody will.
I can give it a whirl here. Regarding file number M 1977-410, the board finds the operator in violation for 85 days and assesses civil penalty of $200 per day for a total civil penalty of $17,000 with all but $5,000 suspended. If the operator complies with the corrective actions, payment of the unsuspended portion of the civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the effective date of the board order, unless otherwise specified in the board order. Where corrective actions are not completed by the corrective action date specified in the board order, the suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board order deadline for completion of the corrective action.
Is there a second?
Second, Anthony.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item. What's 6 has been withdrawn, so we'll move on to Kelly Trucking, agenda item Kelly Trucking. And if we get too far involved here, we'll find a place to, I'll find a place here where we can take a short break if we need to, but we need to keep moving along.
All right. do you want to swear people in?
I do. All those people intend to testify on this issue, please raise your right hand and promise to tell the truth.
I do. I do.
Okay. I see three, maybe four. Could you identify yourself just so we know what side you're on, what you're doing?
Calvin Kelly with Kelly Trekking. John
Okay.
Kelly with Kelly Trekking.
Okay.
Rita Connerly, Fairfield and Woods, counsel for Kelly Trekking.
Okay.
Good morning, Catherine Raj, on behalf of objector Danny Danko Holloway, who's also here if you want to raise your hand, Danny, and say hi. You're on mute still.
Okay. All right, with that, staff. Go ahead.
All right, I'll go ahead. This is Travis Marshall, DRNS. Good morning. Senior Environmental Protection Specialist with DRNS. This item is for the board's consideration of a 112C application with an objection for the Kelly Trucking Incorporated Watkins Mine application, file number M2019-053. I acted as the pre-hearing officer for the pre-hearing conference, which took place on January 7th, 2022. All parties associated with this application were present during the pre-hearing conference. I drafted and presented a pre-hearing order to the board on January 10th, 2022. Motions from both parties have been filed. Unless there are questions, I will turn it over to staff.
Any questions? Okay, staff.
All right. I will go ahead and start my introduction. I'm going to share my screen.
Hold on a second, Patrick. Hey,
Yeah.
John, Travis kind of teed up the pre-hearing order. Is there, a motion and a response was filed. And I think before we get into the presentations, probably want to deal with the motions and, consider whether or not there's any changes or any modifications to the pre-hearing order, and then the board can, adopt that as it sees fit.
Okay.
And if you remember, this motion that was filed by the operator actually relates to the enforcement order from 2019, and is, not exactly on point with what's been noticed for this hearing, which is the 112C application.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to kind of go. I guess is everyone familiar with the pre-hearing order? If so, is it acceptable? Is that acceptable to the board? Chuck, do we need a motion to approve that, or just?
Yeah, I think typically, typically we do a motion on the pre-hearing order and, offer up if anyone has objections to it or anything.
Okay.
Hopefully there's not, but you never know.
Yeah, right. But we need to find that out. Would somebody make a motion so that we can see if any objections occur?
Yeah, this is Lauren Duncan for file number M-2019-053. I move that we accept the pre-hearing order.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing no no's, motion passes. Anything else we need to do, Chuck? Just get started with.
we typically deal with the motion or the motions kind of after the pre-hearing order or before the pre-hearing order. So I think, you should have a discussion about that order or the motion. Let me, hold on a second.
Kind of tell me what you're thinking about here. We did have an opportunity for discussion and none was had.
Yeah, so the motion starts on page 243 of the packet. And the board can kind of take a look at that. This really does relate to civil penalties, unsuspended and suspended civil penalties from the enforcement matter, which came before the board in 2019, and a board order that was issued in November of 2019. So you can take a look at that, and it's seeking relief related to that order. So, it's, like I said, what's been noticed for this particular hearing is the 120E application.
Yeah, if I could interfere a minute, I guess kind of what I'm seeing, what you're talking about is there's, the issue is whether they have legal access or not. And that's not being contested. I'm not sure we have even, I guess, the right or the direction to take, what's brought up here. In other words, I think that'd have to be another hearing if that was, is that a possibility, Chuck? Am I off base here? I'm not sure, because it doesn't fall under what we put under our agenda.
Yeah,
I think both parties agree that they don't have legal access.
Yeah, Chair, I'd agree with you that the motion really relates to something different from the denial, the hearing on the denial here. And so sort of dealing with the motion, my recommendation is that it hasn't been noticed for this hearing. This hearing is on something different, and it really, like, in fairness to the notice requirements and the rules and the open meetings law, it should be held at a different time, because
it's properly legally noticed, correct?
Yeah.
Does the board understand that? I mean, I'm not totally either, but I understand. In reading the material here, there's just no disagreement about the access problem. And like Chuck was saying, we really haven't, just to debate another issue or discuss another issue, we haven't noticed it properly. So I don't know whether we're even entitled to go ahead and have a hearing based on that. But yeah, I'd have to defer to our legal counsel. And then the board, if you got it, you probably may see it differently than I do, and that's what we're here for. So let me know.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Singletary. I would want to hear from, legal counsel on making sure that this is the right thing. But I think that you've sort of pulled this apart enough to sort of understand what the things are, what we're trying to talk about versus, what's here in the motion. I agree with your line of thinking and trying to untangle some of these things and seek some clarity and some proper noticing. But would defer to legal advice here.
Well, it appears to me that, somebody's trying to put something under an umbrella that I don't think fits. And in other words, we have this problem, so we'll bring up something else. And I feel uncomfortable about really pursuing it, but that's just my opinion. And, there's 7 members on the board, and certainly the rest of you might have a different opinion. And Chuck might want to clarify it even more, because I could be off base. Any other comment, or I don't know. I really don't know where to take it from here, unless we want to just go along with the hearing. But I don't know how we can. But that's just me. Chuck, what do you think?
Well, I think there's 2 separate things here. The we've got the pending motion that was filed, I guess presumably in connection with what was noticed. But as we've been discussing, the problem with the motion is that it relates to, it's essentially seeking, the amendment of an enforcement of a prior issued enforcement order. And so what was noticed for a public hearing today is the consideration of the 112C permit application with objection. And so from my perspective, I don't see us having kind of rounded the bases for public notice to consider the motion. And so my recommendation would be to, direct staff or whatever so that we can renotice that, either direct the operator to refile that or go ahead and put it on the agenda for a different month so that we can comply with the notice requirements and the rules and different laws, and then move on to the matter that was actually noticed, which is the consideration of the permit application. So that's sort of how I see it, and would, that's kind of my direction to the board in terms of, we've got two things going here. One hasn't been properly noticed and should be moved to a different month so that we can get it noticed properly and have the a compliant hearing, and then deal with the hearing on the issue that's actually been noticed and is on the agenda.
Does that make sense to the board?
Yeah, this is Lauren. I agree with that plan. I like anything that gives us clarity and a good path forward that helps everyone understand what's needed. That's what I'm on board for.
Would we need a motion, Chuck, to do that? And would that alter the pre-hearing order at all? Or, I mean, I guess as long as we stayed on subject.
Right. No, I don't think you would need a motion on it. You've already adopted the pre-hearing order. The direction to have the subject matter of the motion set for a different hearing. I mean, you certainly could, have a vote on that, but I don't know that it's necessary. I mean, we can just
instruct the staff. Yeah,
and then move forward with the process for the hearing that's been outlined in the pre-hearing order.
Okay, is that amenable to everybody on the board? If so, let's do that. We'll instruct the staff to reset a hearing on that issue, and then let's start the hearing based on what we can do today. Is that okay?
Okay with me.
Okay, well then we'll start with the staff, but please on both sides stay on the issue.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair. Oh,
yes, sir.
Sorry, we're getting reverb here. Give me just a second. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
We're still getting some echo.
Yeah.
All right, how about now? Still getting an echo.
A little echo, but we may have to deal with it.
I guess before I proceeded, I just wanted to get some clarification on, are you directing staff to continue the request for relief of the civil penalties to February, or how would you like staff to handle this procedurally?
That's a good question. Chuck, what do you think is the right way to go?
Yeah, I don't think it's a continuation, because it was never noticed for consideration at this hearing. It kind of got thrown in with a separate matter that was noticed for this hearing, which is the permit application. And my recommendation would be to just have it scheduled for a subsequent month where we can notice it properly, and kind of comply with our requirements that, a request seeking an amendment of a prior order be noticed for that purpose and not kind of shoehorned into something entirely different.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for the explanation there. It's really two separate matters under a single permittee. So that totally makes sense to resubmit the public, or for the public notification on an issue that has not done that yet, and focus on the matter at hand with this permittee. Am I understanding that right?
I think so.
This is Russ Means for the division. The staff will send out another notice and stuff and put it on the agenda and stuff, and that with appropriate time frame. So we'll get that taken care of as a separate matter.
Okay. All right, well, let's move along. Jeff, are you going to lead this? Or?
This is Patrick. I'll
Okay, Patrick.
begin my presentation. I'll share my screen.
Okay.
All right, everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Patrick Lindberg, and I'll be representing the division in this matter. This hearing is for the Watkins mine site M 2019-053 submitted by Kelly Trucking for consideration of a 112C permit application with an objection. This is a location map of the Watkins mine. It's located approximately 4 miles north of Watkins and southeast of DIA. A brief permit application summary. On April 13th, 2020, the applicant submitted a permit application for the Watkins mine. The application was submitted in response to the Mine Land Reclamation Board order dated January 13th, 2020, violation number MV 2019-031. In the order, the board found the applicant had engaged in a new mining operation without first obtaining a permit. The board ordered the applicant to submit a permit application for a 112C reclamation permit. On July 4th, 2020, the application was deemed complete for filing and a technical review could begin. This is a permit area map. The area outlined in green is the permit application permit boundaries. What is outlined in yellow is the disturbance that was done by Kelly Trucking prior to submitting the permit application. Here in pink is the access road that leads to the permit application area, and the objector's property is to the west. Here's a brief chronology. As I stated, January 13th, 2020, the board order was sent out. On July 4th, 2020, the permit application was considered complete for review. On August 19th, a timely objection was received by the division from Danny Danko Holloway. On August 20th, the division issued its preliminary adequacy review of the permit application. And included in the review was the division's determination the access road leading to the permit area had to be incorporated into the permit boundary. On September 2nd, Adams County provided the division with documentation there was an unimproved right-of-way where the access road is located. Adams County had indicated the existence of this right-of-way to the applicant, and it could be improved through the correct permitting. On August 9th, the objector provided additional information from Adams County, indicating that during the county's review, it determined that it no longer believed there was a right-of-way dedication where the access road is located. On October 12th, the division met with Adams County representatives to discuss the right-of-way findings. On November 13th, Adams County submitted to the division a letter stating that there was no public right-of-way where the access road had been constructed. On July 1st, 2021, the applicant submitted Amendment Application 1, AM1, to incorporate the access road into the permit boundary, under the assumption that the city of Aurora maintained a right-of-way at that location. On July 9th, the division issued an incompleteness notice requesting proof of legal right of entry for the access road from the city of Aurora. On November 23rd, the applicant informed the division the city of Aurora does not have a right-of-way, and the land where the permit application is proposed is landlocked. On December 7th, the division denied AM1 pursuant to CRS 3432.5-115, parent 4, parent A, for failure to demonstrate legal right of entry. On December 28th, the division issued its recommendation. On January 7th, we had the pre-hearing conference, and here we are today before the board. The objective of the hearing, pursuant to Rule 1.4.9, parent 1, parent 2, if a timely and sufficient objection or petition for a hearing is received, the office sets the application for consideration at a hearing before the board. Parent 3 states the board shall make a final decision on the application. That concludes my introduction. Are there any questions?
Actually, Mr. Chair, before there's board questions, if I could make just a short statement.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. This is a procedurally strange hearing in that we have a denial of a amendment application. That's not something that the board frequently deals with. To kind of set the stage a little bit cleaner as to why you're hearing this particular matter, since it's coming across as an uncontested denial. As Patrick indicated, this all originated as an enforcement case. The operator was under a board order to obtain a permit to deal with a illegal mining situation. So we felt that it was appropriate, even though this does appear to be an uncontested denial recommendation, that the board still hear this matter because it relates to enforcement order. And essentially it's closing out that enforcement process. Unfortunately, we weren't able to secure that approved permit, or the operator wasn't able to secure that approved permit as ordered by the board. But we felt it was appropriate to still present this to the board for questions of staff and the parties involved.
Okay, Jeff, thanks. Any comments or questions from the board?
How does the site get reclaimed?
Who was that? What was that again? I didn't hear that.
This is Jill, and I'm just wondering how the site gets reclaimed if they don't have a permit and no access.
I think we probably have a bond, at least we have a bond out to back up whatever. I don't know. The staff might want to answer that.
There is no bond on the site because we could not issue a permit for the site. Kelly Trucking is the landowner where the disturbance occurred. But as of right now, they do not have any access to their land.
So how was that answer Jill's question, huh? Well, on reclamation.
This is Jared Ebert with the division.
You
Hold
bet,
on
Jared.
1 second. I mean, you want to just flip it around, Patrick? So, yeah, this is Jared Ebert with the division, and the site was mined, but it has been, from my understanding, based on our pre-operation inspection, Patrick can clarify this, it's been backfilled, graded, and revegetated. We're essentially just waiting for grass to grow. So the operator has done reclamation on the affected land other than the access road, which they don't have legal right to enter, so they can't do anything with that point at this point. So it's not an ideal situation, but the site is in a state of reclamation right now.
Is that an answer to your question, Jill?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions, comments? Okay, I guess we can have a presentation from the applicant.
Good morning, members of the board. Rita Connerly, Fairfield.
You hold it. Excuse me a minute. Can you stop sharing, Patrick? Okay, there we go. Okay, introduce yourself again.
Good morning, members of the board. This is Rita Connerly, counsel for applicant Fairfield and Woods, 1801 California Street, Suite 2600. Applicant acknowledges that at this time it has been unable to prove a legal right of entry to the affected property. And with that, we'll be available for questions and further agenda matters.
Okay, any questions of the applicant? As I said, they'll be available for questions as time runs along. So I guess we can have a presentation from the objector now, if the objector wants to identify themselves.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This is Catherine Roush on behalf of the objector, Danny Danko Holloway. In light of the, I guess, non-contested lack of right of entry, we don't have much to add other than we agree that there is no legal right to entry through my client's land to the mining site at this time. And again, we're available for questions as well. So is Ms. Danko Holloway, she is here.
Okay.
I would like to say that on the question that Jill had, can I speak?
Can you?
And who are you, ma'am?
Danny Danko Holloway.
Yes, just okay. Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
Jill's question was about the reclamation. You're talking about the reclamation of the mining site, but what hasn't been stated is that Kelly Trucking put the road on my property in order to get to the mining site. They installed the road. So there's reclamation that needs to be done there, and that hasn't been discussed at all. And they blocked the other half of my property by installing this road.
Any questions here? Just you made the statement they're blocking you from your property. How is that so?
So I have essentially I started with a full section. They have a quarter section. So the road goes from the first quarter section, which they don't have on the east side, to their, which was originally Phyllis Kelly's quarter section when they started the mine, and she passed away. And so there was John Kelly was the personal representative. He had And then he signed it over, I believe, September 20th of 2020, after the mine had already been done, completed. And that's when Kelly Trucking took over that quarter section. And so the quarter section that Kelly Trucking has is the lower southern quarter section of my section.
And if I may jump in again, Catherine Rash on behalf of Ms. Danko Holloway. The issue is that the road that Kelly Trucking put in to reach their property runs along half of my client's property and turns east. And so the southern portion of my client's property, to get to it from what used to be the Jeep track that was there before the road was put in, you have to go over a big shoulder and down a hill, and I don't even think it's possible to do in a regular car. So it's not as acceptable, if at all, than it was prior to the road.
How long has this road been there?
They installed it in July of 2019.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. This is Nell. You know, we do run into these situations a lot of times where is this a county question first and then a board question, or maybe is it even a board question, jurisdictional things like that. Clearly, you've been working with the county to identify whether or not right of way has been established, and you've got that line. Do you feel like maybe this is a county issue, since this is a right of way or a lack of a right of way, and establishing that initially first? Because I have to imagine that they have some structure around a road that was not built properly or with proper permissions, and how to remedy that. Do you have any clarity on that? I guess I'm asking the objector or the objector's representative, because you've been the ones contacting the county about the right of way status.
From what I understand, Adams County was waiting to hear what DMRS was going to do. And as far as the city of Aurora, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how it is, because it's a little bit of a dividing line as far as Adams County and Aurora, and who would be. My land is annexed by Aurora, and Kelly Trucking, and that side, and the east side would be Adams County. So Kelly Trucking didn't speak to either one before.
Yeah, we're not sure, to answer your question, Ms. Wareham, what the next steps would be to address the issue.
Can I have permission to talk?
Who is this?
John Kelly.
Sure, go ahead.
The road that was put in on the 30-foot right of way of Adams County. It is not Mrs. Danko's. It is not Mrs. Danko's property. So the road was put in on the 30 feet that was, in our belief, Adams County's right of way, and it is not Mrs. Danko's property. Even today, that is not her property. It's the adjacent landowners. If Adams County doesn't claim it, it will be adjacent landowners that get that 30 feet, which would be my 30 feet I would reclaim, and the people just to the north of me, they have 2,000 some feet in there that they would get claimed over to them. But the road was built on 30 feet of the Adams County property. It was never built on Danko's property.
Obviously, we would disagree with that. This is Ms. Catherine Roush on behalf of Ms. Danko Holloway, but that's, I think beside the point of this hearing right now.
You're correct. Yeah, and we're worried about it, whether we can deal with a permit, but any other questions from the board?
Is there a county parcel viewer map or anything that shows these property boundaries so we could have a visual, if at all possible? I guess that's for staff or any party involved.
Mr. Chair, if I could address the board.
No, did I hit that?
I guess the answer to your question is no.
But, sorry, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Mr. Ortiz, staff may be able to pull up a boundary map for you, but I'm not sure it's going to give you the details that you're looking for. And that's part of the underlying issue with this site in particular is some of the information that was obtained from the county was not accurate, was relied upon, but not accurate. And I think we're going a bit off course as to kind of what we have in front of the board for consideration is what is an uncontested denial of this application because the applicant has not been able to provide DRMS with proof of right of entry. If they don't have that legal access to their site, they can't complete mining or reclamation. That's why the division staff is recommending denial of the application. It does not mean that the applicant can't continue to try to secure right of entry or access to this parcel, but that's outside the scope of this hearing and really outside the scope of what DRMS is going to work with on this site. They'll continue to monitor, and if the applicant does secure right of entry, they can always reapply for a permit with DRMS.
Thanks.
Any additional comments or discussion from any of the parties? If not, I'll close the hearing and we'll discuss the issue, whether we approve or deny the permit. Any discussion or motion?
This is Lauren. I think we could probably go ahead and deny the permit. I think that's an easy answer. I think the harder answer is to answer Ms. Nelson's question of true complete site reclamation given the road confusion. But in the spirit of kind of staying in our lane, I think we should go ahead and deny this permit. I'm not sure how we answer the road question. I refer to everyone else on that one.
Any?
I agree with.
Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
I agree with that, Lauren, and I guess that's why I asked that clarifying question. Certainly reclamation is a concern, but then to then be concerned about reclaiming a road, I have to imagine, I don't want to assume that the county has a process in place for doing something about a road that was maybe not permitted to be constructed and requirements around that. I would like to hope that does not become a board issue, because and stay in our lane about there was a permit application. We have clarity about denying this permit, and those other things seem jurisdictional maybe to the county or to the city.
Do you want to put that in a form of a motion now?
Sure. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to look at those plots when we were discussing true entry, but when we got into the discussion about them maybe not being perfectly accurate, I need to scroll back to where I was. So in the matter of Kelly Trucking file M 2019-53, I move that we deny the consideration of their 112C permit application and note that there was also public objection.
Is there a second?
Yeah, this is Lauren. I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. But I would like to ask the staff if they could elaborate a little further regarding Jill's quandary regarding reclamation. What are your thoughts, and where do you, if you got a comfort level you could head us toward?
Mr. Chair, if I can try to respond to that question, and then I'll defer to staff on any of the technical responses. That is the complicated question we have here. That's one of the things that staff was trying to resolve through the enforcement process was ordering that they obtain a mining reclamation permit. As you all know, obtaining that permit is what gives the board jurisdiction over private property.
Right.
And that's what we have here is private property that the division determined was affected land by the virtue of them constructing the road without a permit. What makes this complicated is that there was not an ability to negotiate or secure legal right to use that road, which led obviously to the denial of the permit and does not afford the division or board jurisdiction over that property to force reclamation. This is very different than a situation where there is a permit where the operator is not completing reclamation. In that situation, the division staff has a bond. They've got enforcement tools where they can revoke the permit, and the statute authorizes staff to enter private property to conduct reclamation. But all of that is by nature of the statutory authority and the fact a permit exists covering that site. Because there is no permit here and it is private property, the board and staff's jurisdiction and authority to reclaim or force reclamation is limited. So I know that's not a satisfying answer to hear, that somebody can conduct what staff and the board has determined to be mining operations or affected land and not have the ability to order reclamation. But this is one of those rare, unfortunate circumstances where despite staff's efforts to order reclamation and secure a permit, they weren't able to secure right of entry.
And this is Lauren. I appreciate that clarification. I think that's what I was mulling over as we were discussing of whether we could develop some sort of reclamation only permit here, but again, without any legal access, that wouldn't do anyone any good. I hear the challenge here.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Joe.
I just sincerely hope this right away issue between the involved parties gets worked out for the larger good, to not have that scar remaining, and let them get in there and take care of that. Come back and get their permit at another tape.
Any other comments or questions or anything any other staff member wants to share with us?
This is Russ Meads. I just wanted to kind of build a little bit on what Jeff said. This is a sticky wicket, and the 20-something years with the division, we've come up with about 3 or 4 of these that have happened where we've got a board order that says that, and because it's an illegal operation, the violation was found. You're trying to put a round peg in a square hole kind of a deal, and that always makes things difficult. So the important thing is here is by process, we had to deny the application. We can, over the course of the time and stuff between now and any consideration for the other matter, maybe staff and that can get together and stuff, and that we can have some suggestions or maybe possible solutions or something like that for that hearing. And we also want to, it's incumbent upon the parties and stuff, if they want this road fixed or reclaimed or whatever, they need to figure out something and stuff, and that's not something for the division or the board and stuff. We don't have the authority to really do that unless we have that permit in place. So thank you.
Okay. All right, any other comments or questions from the board? If not, why don't we take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll begin on item number 8 on our agenda, aggregate industries.
Do you need to take a vote on the denial, a motion? Did we get that done?
Yeah, we did. Didn't I?
Yeah,
yeah, we got it. Not a problem. Okay, well, we'll just come back. We'll just come back in about 10 minutes.
Are you muted?
We're leaving the meeting.
We'll wait for, is everybody back on? Everybody back on?
It looks like we're still waiting for Mr. Mock.
Okay. Well, he's worth waiting for. Mr. Mock is back, I think. Okay, is everybody ready? We'll begin on aggregate industries, item number 8 on your agenda. Chuck, I may have to again, this is sort of a strange day of hearings, in my opinion. I don't know what we have to do. I know we have a pre-hearing order, but also there's a motion filed by Aggregate Industries that maybe we need to look at first. I don't know what, I don't know what we need to do that in that regard, but there's the motion to strike witnesses and exhibits that presented by Aggregate. As a board familiar with that? Chuck, what do you suggest?
It might make sense to deal with the motions first and then take up the pre-hearing order in case the board's decision on the motions influences how time is allocated.
Right.
I mean, just for the board's information, there was a response to that objectors filed to the applicant's motion that included motions seeking, the exclusion of witnesses and testimony by the applicant. I would just, say for the record and for the board's information that to the extent that the objector's response included motions, those are untimely motions. They were late. If the objectors wanted to exclude testimony, they should have filed a timely motion on the same day as the applicant did. That was the deadline laid out in the pre-hearing conference and in the rules for when motions were due. And so to that extent, I think those requests or motions and the objector's response are fairly easy to deal with. They're not timely. But to the extent that there's argument in there that helps inform the board about the applicant's timely motion to exclude, obviously feel free to, you should consider that. But the cross motion by the objectors is just late and not timely. So.
Okay, well, we'll do that. Are you if you kind of will look at the motion that Aggregate Industries submitted, this is, like I said, it's kind of a strange day for me, but after perusing through 16 or 1700 pages of material, I can see why there is certainly a motion in that regard. The issue I see here is what we do with going from 3.3 acres of unaffected and land related to 7.7, which is, people change in their plan and they come to DRMS to get approval. And I think that's what we're doing. But anyway, please discuss this. I think this is pretty important because, again, it appears to me that the objectors are trying to relitigate something that happened beginning 20 years ago, and that's not our challenge or duty or as a board. Today we need to find out whether we need to determine if it's okay to expand the 3.3 acreage for the for the conveyor to 7.7. That's my thoughts, but please, I'm usually off base. Go ahead and correct me. And I think we're going to wade into if we're not careful that we shouldn't be wading into.
I'm one of the objectors. Can I speak?
Hey, it's not your turn. I'm talking to the board. I'll give you a chance here in a minute. Any comments from the board at all? I mean, this is a. Jill, go ahead.
I think you were clear, and I agree.
Anybody else? Does anybody else see where I'm coming from? Lauren, you got a legal background. You see,
I guess I also got.
If you look at the 15 or 1600, pardon me?
Yeah.
I think she's got a problem like.
Oh, sorry. Is my internet jamming up again? Okay. Tim says good. No, I also got kind of stuck in the minutia here between, 20, what is that? 25 exhibits as well. I think it sounds like the division's presentation might be the easiest place to start. And I apologize if that's not the order in the draft pre-hearing. I'm trying to read and speak at the same time. But I imagine that the division's presentation is going to be really focused on that which we're deciding today. And if we don't need to make an immediate motion on this, I'm having a procedural question here about whether we need to make a motion now to strike witnesses and exhibits at the beginning of this hearing, or if we can hear the division's focused presentation and then as a board take a look at what the objections are and how they relate to the focused discussion today. Help me out here if that makes sense to others, or if that's the way we want to proceed.
Yeah, well, I'll ask Chuck, and we'll talk to him in a minute.
Lauren, something that the board's done in the past where we've had, kind of disputes about what's relevant. It's the board has the authority and the discretion to limit duplicative or irrelevant evidence, whether or not there's a pending motion. And so, I don't think it's necessary that the board issue a decision on the motion, up front, and it's something that could be done kind of along the way as there's presentations. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I know typically the division's introduction and presentation helps really orient the board and the parties on what's relevant to this particular amendment application, and some guidance from the board after that in terms of, look, here's the guardrails. We reserve the right to limit irrelevant or duplicative evidence going forward. I mean, that does kind of put the onus on the board to, for lack of a better word, be on their toes and be aware of that as the presentations go on. If any member of the board starts to feel like a presentation or testimony is straying beyond the lanes that you lay out kind of early on. But that's something that would realistically have to happen even if the board, issued a ruling on the motion up front. You still have to kind of police it, and for lack of a better, there's not a super elegant way to do it, is kind of what I'm saying. And so if it makes more sense to the board to kind of deal with this as the presentation goes on, that's totally fine too. If it makes sense to kind of, square things up in ruling on the motion, that's also something that can work. And if that's something that needs to happen up front, or it's kind of at the board's discretion in terms of what makes sense to you, in terms of efficiency and making sure that the presentations kind of stay focused on what's actually before the board.
Yeah, Chuck, could I, and just some thoughts, and the board can help me on this, but could we, and I think we've always prided ourselves to make sure that we have a fair and open hearing for everybody, and I'd like to do that. But could we, even though we've got a board order here, or at least a draft board order, could we say allocate like 10 minutes for the staff and 10 minutes for the other people to kind of explain their position, and we could make, if we thought we had enough knowledge at that time to go ahead and look at the motion, would that be a kind of a in between? Could that still happen?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'd like to hear both sides. I think it's only fair we can hear the staff, but we need to hear the other side as well.
Yeah, and it's entirely appropriate too if the board wanted to hear from the parties on the motion. That's if that's going to be helpful in deciding the motion either up front or deciding, look, we're going to hold off on it and just deal with it, through the ordinary course of the hearing. Makes sense to kind of, give the parties a few minutes per side to kind of discuss their position on the motion and make their case one way or the other for it. That's fair.
Okay. Hey, what are the thoughts from the board? Some thoughts from the board.
I agree with that path, Lauren, thank you for sort of eloquently giving us some direction there, because as I was reading through the reasons to deny the witnesses, talking about jurisdictional items, which we're all familiar with. But, as far as I can tell, the objectors did file timely objection letters. I'm not saying that their motion against that part was untimely, but they do have party status to the hearing. So I would like to, make sure that we are understanding that we are getting the full picture. So I would be in favor of sort of a high level overview from the staff, from, this, not getting into the weeds too much, but so that we are really understanding where those guidelines are. And I believe on page 279 of the board packet, which is the draft pre-hearing order, it does say presentations to the board by the parties and the division shall be limited to the following issues. So there hopefully are some guidelines there too, as well, of things that we should be discussing, and the jurisdictional issues that are within the board's purview for this.
Any other thoughts?
I think that sounds good. High level summary from each side, and kind of understanding what's relevant, and if there's duplicate information that's being presented, we'll be able to identify that so we can have an expedient resolution on this.
Okay, any additional thoughts?
Well, so I'm looking at page 284 of the board packet, which kind of outlines the schedule for the hearing, starting with section B or paragraph B, where the introduction by the division lasts 10 minutes. I think that's relevant to do first. I think that'll give us kind of the framing of the discussion for the day. And then if we wanted to amend that draft hearing to add 10 minutes for discussion on the objector's point of view, is that appropriate to folks? Do we want to add any more than that or any less?
And you're right on that draft hearing. If you look down further on J, or the objectors shall have 10 minutes. I agree with you. We need to give them J as a closing, but I think we need to be fair on both sides, but I want to hold them to it. If we're going to give them 10 minutes, that's what it is. So we don't drift off of subject.
Okay. So I think we probably also need to give the applicant a couple of minutes here in the introduction so they can kind of phrase their point of view why they're filing this motion to strike witnesses and exhibits, give the objector is 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, to say, this is why we think our objections are relevant. And then we can move into part C of the draft pre-hearing order, which is the division presentation for 35 minutes. So we're adding another 10 to 20 minutes of a total hearing, but maybe that adds some clarification later on.
I think we ought to have a little discussion after we hear from both sides, maybe first, and then to see how we want to attack the draft order, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Lauren if you were proposing have the division do its introduction and then allocate some time per side, sort of outside of the presentation format for lack of a better word, argument on the motion to exclude. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. So let's do this, and we'll start with the staff with a 10-minute time frame, and then we'll have the objectors with 10 minutes, but we need to hold them to it if somebody can kind of keep time for me.
Okay, and then a couple of minutes for the applicant as well there in the beginning.
Can't they include that in the? Well, yeah, the applicant should have the 10 minutes I agree with you there, and the staff. Let's do the applicant. Let's do the objector. Then we'll have the staff relate to it, because they might need to hear that as well.
Okay.
I'll keep track of time. So you're wanting to give essentially 10 minutes per side, or get the introduction from the division, and then allocate 10 minutes for objectors, 10 minutes for applicant on the motion.
So do we need to approve this draft pre-hearing order then with these amendments?
Lauren, you certainly can do that now. I don't know if the board would prefer to have the discussion on the motion, and then if there's a sense of the board that that the timelines can be streamlined based on how you come down on the motion to exclude, then maybe it makes sense to hold off on the pre-hearing order until you've kind of heard. It sounds like we'll have about a half hour presentation on the motion to exclude, and then my sense is it might there's the potential to streamline things depending on how the board comes down on the motion or the direction that it provides based on that discussion. So maybe hold off on the pre-hearing order until then.
Sounds good to me. Yep, let's proceed like that.
Yeah. What was the order you had it in, Chuck? And then we'll start with that. What did you have? Who'd you have up first?
Well, typically, I mean, I think what I was understanding from Lauren is that it'd be beneficial for her, in her view, the board, to hear from the division first, kind of the introduction that kind of sets the table in terms of here's the issues. Typically, whoever filed the motion should go, like, it's their burden to prove it. So maybe it makes sense to have the applicant present on the motion first, and then the objectors. And I don't know if, I see Jeff's got his hand up. I don't know if the division's going to want to have a few minutes to kind of weigh in on the motion too, or if.
Jeff, go ahead if you got a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mostly I'm just getting clarification as to what you want the division to present. I don't know that the division has a position or is taking a position on the motions and the response to the motion. Obviously, we can provide some commentary on the scope of this hearing. You'll likely get that through the division's, I guess, initial 10-minute presentation. But is that the request, is that the division presents its kind of setting table first 10 minutes, and then you guys will go into, or it sounds like, arguments on the motion?
Is that what you like, Lauren?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So if Mr. Fugate is saying that the division doesn't need an extra couple minutes after we have presentations on the motion, then I think we can strike that and just save that time for board discussion instead.
And Mr. Chair, if I can make one more comment, we may want to reserve a minute or two to respond to what's presented to the board on motions, but I'm not sure that we'll have an in-depth discussion on the motions itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
So your suggestion, Chuck, is we start with the applicant?
I think after the division does its introduction,
okay,
kind of the table setting.
Okay.
Then yeah, that makes
Go ahead,
sense.
Division. Yeah. Let's get moving. Okay.
Do you want
Division,
to
applicant, and then the objectors.
swear people in?
You know, I need to show people that are going to testify on this matter. So if you could acknowledge yourself and then your right hand, I'd just like to know who's here. So let me know who you are. I know, see Jared there, but
Patrick with the division.
You.
Russ Means with the division.
Okay. Okay. Objectors.
Wayne Mueller, objector. Mike Lloyd.
Sheree Gold.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else that's going to testify? Well, raise your right hand and promise to tell the truth, please.
Give your name. Give your name.
Okay.
Chris Mueller. Promise. Promise. Jim Hood.
Okay.
For the applicant, Michelle Berger.
For the applicant, Gary Linden.
For the applicant, Neil Whitmer.
Okay.
For the applicant, Roger Wingate.
For the division, Peter Hayes. All right, staff, let's go ahead with your presentation.
All righty. All righty, everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
We can.
All right. So this hearing is for the Tucson South resource site M2004-044 operated by Aggregate Industries for the consideration of a 112C amendment application with objections. This is a location map. As you can see, the site is located in Adams County and extends into Weld County and is approximately 3/4 of a mile west of the city of Brighton. On September 9th, 2021, the applicant submitted Amendment 2, AM2, to add acreage and revise the proposed conveyor corridor originally approved with AM1. AM2 proposes to add 7.7 acres for a new conveyor route and remove 3.3 acres of unaffected land related to a former conveyor route to the existing 283.4 acre site. The applicant intends to mine construction aggregate for industrial, commercial, and residential uses. The amendment seeks to add approximately 1.5 miles of conveyor belt corridor to transport mined material from the Tucson South site north to the applicant's Wattenberg Lake site. Once at the Wattenberg Lake site, it would be conveyed using an existing conveyor belt system to the applicant's Platte Valley operations for final processing. The proposed conveyor corridor would have a combination of overhead and underground road crossings. The proposed affected lands are located in both Adams and Weld County. This is a map of the permit area. The currently permitted area is outlined in orange and light blue. Mining will occur in 2 cells, the east cell and the west cell. The Amendment 2 application proposes to add what is outlined in green, going to the north to the Wattenberg Lake site, which is here on the far left, and remove the conveyor belt corridor approved in Amendment 1, which is here in light blue. The reclamation plan is for water resource ponds. This is a picture of the reclamation plan. The east cell is on the right side. The west cell is on the left side of the slide. To summarize, AM2 is to add 7.7 acres for a new conveyor route. It's to remove 3.3 acres related to the former conveyor route. The new conveyor route will have a combination of overhead and underground crossings. And the new conveyor route will transport the mined material from the Tucson South site to other permitted sites for final processing. Here's a chronology of the amendment application. The Amendment 2 was submitted on September 9th. It was considered complete for review on September 27th. The applicant's first date of publication was October 6th, and their last date of publication was on October 27th. Publication was done in the Brighton Standard Blade. The division received its first letter of objection on November 15th. On November 16th, the division received 2 additional letters of objection, and the close of public comment period was November 16th. On November 17th, the division issued its preliminary adequacy review letter. The applicant responded to that letter on December 2nd. On December 3rd, the division issued its notice of formal board hearing and pre-hearing conference. The division issued its second adequacy review letter on December 10th. The applicant responded on December 16th. And the division's third and final adequacy letter was issued on December 21st. And the applicant responded to that on December 22nd. On December 27th, the division issued its recommendation and rationale. The pre-hearing conference was held on January 7th. And here we are today on January 19th. The objective for the formal hearing pursuant to Rule 1.4.9, parens 1 and 2, if a timely and sufficient objection or petition for a hearing is received, the office sets the application for consideration at a hearing before the board. Parent 3 states the board shall make a final decision on the application. And that concludes staff introduction.
Any questions? We'll have time to ask some after we get all hear from all parties. Okay, then we're going to move on to the applicant.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. My name. Sorry, you're muted.
We can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. My name is Michelle Berger. I'm with Spencer Fain, and it wants me to unmute my, I'm not going to unmute my local camera so we don't have any echo. And I represent Aggregate Industries regarding its application for amendment number 2 to DRMS permit M 2004-44. In regard to our motion to exclude witnesses and exhibits, I would just like to say that, as Mr. Landberg indicated, this is a very narrow application for the removal of 3.3 acres of unaffected land and adding 7.7 acres. As the chair, Mr. Singletary, noted, the issues regarding this request should be very narrow, as should the testimony and the exhibits. Therefore, we filed this motion to exclude witnesses and exhibits. Specifically, we've requested the to exclude Mr. Christopher Mueller and Mr. James Hood from testifying, as their testimony was indicated as consisting of historical knowledge. It's unclear what the historical knowledge would be, if it's of the permit or what. We did meet with the objectors. We emailed the objectors requesting a meeting. We heard back from one objector who we spoke to briefly. One of the objectors declined our invitation to meet, and the third objector never responded. We then scheduled another meeting on site where two of the objectors appeared. Mr. Mueller and Mr. Hood attended that meeting, and both raised issues that were not timely objections and are not before the board today. And so we have moved for their testimony to be excluded. Next, there was Mr. Mueller, Mr. Chris Mueller, and Mr. James Hood also were listed as testifying about the conditional use permit, as was Ms. Tanya De La Cruz. As the objectors noted in their response to our motion, the conditional use permit and AI's performance under the conditional use permit are not within the jurisdiction of the board, as the board has acknowledged. And the only element of the conditional use permit that is relevant is the fact that there's a condition that requires all aggregate to be conveyed via a conveyor system with no trucking. And this amendment is in furtherance of that condition. Lastly, there was a series of witnesses who were listed as testifying as to AI's outreach, including Mr. Hood and Mr. Chris Mueller. And again, outreach is not notice. The objectors have filed objections regarding the notice that staff has found in their rationale for recommending approval with one condition that AI did meet. Regarding the testimony of the objectors themselves, we filed a motion requesting that the testimony of the objectors be narrowed to just that applicable to the amendment that's before the board, as well as limiting Dr. Wayne Mueller's testimony to his individual knowledge, as he's not qualified himself as an expert. We believe that those elements of the motion, if granted, could help narrow the issues in front of the board. We then, in our motion, requested the exclusion of certain evidence, which is listed on page 4 of our motion. And I'm sorry, I don't have your board packet up in front of me to reference a page number, but it has to do with what Ms. Duncan referenced as, the plethora of material that she was concerned about, the relevancy of it, including email chains with Westminster, AI's permit for the Wattenberg site, Aurora's water rights, and various issues regarding their issues regarding the Challenger Reservoir, and some photos of deer that do not represent the affected lands, the pre-application document for the conditional use permit, which does not reflect what was actually approved, and then photos of the site that apparently go to AI's compliance with the conditional use permit. And then lastly, Dr. Mueller submitted all of his evidence after the 5 p.m. deadline for exchange of exhibits between the applicant and the objectors, and so we're asking those documents to be excluded in their entirety. Thank you.
Any questions of the applicant? With that, we'll go to the objectors. Objectors, you can split your time as you choose, but you got 10 minutes.
Yes, my name is Wayne Mueller. We did submit our objections, our motions actually on time. We have a receipt from Camille.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you speak up or speak into a microphone? I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now if I move up?
It's getting a little bit better.
Where's your mic? Let's try this. I'll get very close. Is that better?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay, yes, my name is Wayne Mueller. I'm one of the objectors. I'll start with that we did get our motions in within time. We have a receipt at 4:45 on the day of the ending of submitting motions. We contacted Camille personally. She sent out an amended list to the board with our objections. So we have a real problem with that. We did respond. Now let me go to what we put in our objections. We started out by saying we're not trying to relitigate. We're not having a problem with what's on the current permit. We're limiting our objections to the proposed additional land, not the removal of the 3.3, but the addition of the 7+ acres. In our objections, it was very clear that the reason we needed witnesses to testify. We were given instruction to make our expertise for our witnesses so that whatever they could present would be presented. When it came to historical knowledge, our witnesses have been long-term neighbors, including Mr. Hood, who actually owned the ground where the Challenger Reservoir is and has been on property since 1955. His input as to the groundwater that is existing now and what has happened to groundwater in the area. My expertise. I am not presenting myself as a mining engineer, as a civil engineer, or a hydrologist. However, I do have extensive history in mining. I was a U.S. Bureau of Mines consultant. I did the surface gravel mining, which was then would be construction materials now, safety program for 2 years for the Bureau. I did the site visits. I wrote their program. I did extensive underground programs for the Bureau of Mines, and specifically miles and miles and miles of experience with conveyor. One of my projects had to do with communication and the ability to communicate when conveyors broke down. So my experience is relevant. We will limit what we're saying to this particular project and my objections to how some of the studies were done and the data used. The reason some earlier data is required to be brought in and why they were included in what we referenced to in the pack, that on the original application, all subsequent modifications, they used hydrology, surface conditions, ground conditions prior to 2004 and when this particular project was started. Since then, there have been numerous other mines completed with slurry walls adjacent to this 7.7 acres. I would just like to present what I have to the board so you can have a realistic picture of the current conditions and the materials submitted by aggregate, not to just say, hey, gee golly, let's knock this down. Let's make sure that what they submitted provides a reasonable safety margin for the property owners surrounding this proposed amendment and the ability of the people around this proposed amendment at some point, if damage does occur, to get reimbursed, as the applicant has a history with these witnesses and with neighbors of admitting they did damage and never paying for that damage. That's why we submitted what we did. If you had been privileged of our motions, it's very, very clear in there that we responded to aggregates and limited what we wanted to do to this exact 7.7 acres. Thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Can I speak?
Yeah, sure. Who is this?
This is Cherie Gould, objector. And I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that in the start of our objections, there were things that covered a vast array of things because we are only looking at one spot. And as a person who is not savvy in your world, this has been a learning curve. And one thing though, now I'm not an expert, but I'm a really good researcher, and the dynamics of moving this conveyor to this new route, it has to go under a very main road, obstructing the underground water flow, which brings in a number of hydrology questions that are very crucial and need to be heard. And they're not part of what was included in the original 2004 hydrology studies that were used for so many things. So we really would request, bear with this. We understand that it has to be limited to this, but if the conveyor hadn't been moved, it would have not included the dynamics of what's going to happen, creating a solid line of slurry wall and underground obstruction across this area. And I think it really needs to be heard.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? The staff want to rebuttal or?
Mr. Chair, Jeff Fugate on behalf of the division. I don't think we have any direct rebuttal to the motions. It sounds like the parties have all acknowledged that this particular amendment application is narrow in scope and that there is not an intent to relitigate the entirety of this permit through today's hearing. So if needed, obviously the division has the ability to object to relevancy, and we'll just rely on that if we get off track. So thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Any other comments or thoughts from the board? We need to, how do you want to deal with this motion? I'm closing the hearing, by the way, so it's up to the board to, we got to make a decision on the motion and then we'll go from there.
At the risk of talking too much, I'll jump in here. I couldn't agree with Mr. Fugate more. I'm hearing an understanding from all parties on the boundaries of the discussion today and the focus of exactly what we're looking at rather than history on this site. So I would personally be comfortable allowing all of these witnesses who have submitted timely objections to be a part of our conversation today and dismissing the motion.
I agree, Lauren. You know, the role of this board is for, you know, the citizens of Colorado as well, which includes businesses in Colorado and, you know, neighbors. And I think that, you know, there were timely objections received from the public, and then to go back and say that we can't hear them as witnesses does not feel like giving everyone a fair shake here, with the caveat that we are going to stay on topic and relevant.
Agreed.
I have one question, just, I don't know who can answer it, but with this, the 7.7 acres that's going to be taken, where does that, do they own that land now? I mean, that's not new property, is that correct?
The 7.7 acres is owned by a couple of different entities. The city of Aurora, Adams and Weld County, as well as a couple of other private entities.
And I noticed the documents are all supporting that they have certainly the leases or proper legal authority to use that land. That's
yes,
correct. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other thoughts, or anybody want to put together a motion?
This is Lauren. I can try the motion here. It's sounding to me, and please jump in, board members, if I'm wrong, that we are comfortable dismissing the motion to strike witnesses and exhibits, correct? Okay, head nods. All right, good deal. Yes. So I would move that for file number M-2004-044, we dismiss the motion to strike witnesses and exhibits from today's presentation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion failed. I mean, the amendment failed. Motion passed. So Chuck, do we need we don't need to reorganize our our hearing, our pre-hearing schedule, do we?
That's up to you, or that's up to the board. I mean, if, it sounds like everyone's in agreement, that all the parties in agreement about the scope. And as Jeff mentioned, if things start to stray, objections can be made to relevance or whatever. And, I think it's kind of up to the board if there's a sense that the time allocation is sufficient to kind of deal with just the focus presentation, or if there's an interest in cutting things back in light of that. It's up to the board. Either way works.
Okay, so we need a motion to accept the pre-hearing order. I need a motion to accept that, and I will. I mean, I really want to stay on topic, because I'm almost reluctant to support the amendment of the Lauren's motion, because I think it is pretty narrow, so we need to stay narrow. And but anyway, let's get a motion to accept the pre-hearing order.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Anthony, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. So we will start with the division. Have 10 minutes to present an overview, which I think you've done part of it, but I go ahead and start again. And then, why don't you combine that with your presentation?
Okay, I'll just segue into my presentation then. All right, everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So this presentation follows the general outline of the division's rationale that was included in the board's packet. This is a summary of the division's application review process. The completeness review is performed initially to make sure that the application form is complete and the required exhibits are submitted. Once that is determined, the division starts its adequacy review. We compare the exhibits with the requirements of those exhibits listed in rules 6.4 and 6.5. Then we assess if the submitted exhibits meet the performance standards as outlined in rule number 3. In rule 3, the division performs a cost estimate. We also ensure that notifications and publications were done correctly. In this case, the division issued 3 adequacy review letters, and the applicant responded sufficiently to those letters. Any objections and comments received are reviewed and forwarded on to the applicant. And finally, once everything is satisfactorily completed, the division issues its decision and or recommendation. So these are the issues raised by the objectors. In the following slides, I'll go through each issue and explain why the division believes that these items have been addressed. These issues rather, were agreed to by the board during the pre-conference hearing, and the objection letters were included as item 1 in the board packet. The jurisdictional issues raised related to the application process and public notification procedures, concerns regarding the mining and reclamation plans, concerns regarding hydrology and wildlife, access agreements, and finally, geotechnical stability. Application process issues. The objectors raised concerns about the ability to view permit documents at the county offices, Adams and Weld counties, and to obtain a copy of the permit for review. The applicant did provide copies of the amendment application and subsequent revisions to the offices of the county clerk of both Weld and Adams County. The application was available on the division's website, and division staff was able to assist the public in accessing the documents and did provide a copy of the application in its entirety to an objector prior to the closing of the public comment period. Thus, the division finds that the applicant has complied with the applicable rules, Rule 1.6.2, parent 1, parent C, and Rule 6.4.18 and CRS 3432.5-112. Objectors have asserted that the public notice was not appropriately filed online. The notice was found online under a heading other than public notice, such as a notice of final settlement. The applicant did publish a public notice in a newspaper of general circulation, the Brighton Standard Blade, for 4 consecutive weeks. The applicant did provide an affidavit of the publication. A review of the website indicated that there were multiple errors throughout the website. The Act and rules do not require online publication, and errors on the Brighton Standard Blade website are not under the division's jurisdiction. The division finds that the applicant has complied with the applicable rules, Rule 1.6.2, parent 1, parent D, and Rule 1.6.2, parent 1, parent G, and CRS 3432.5-112. Mining plan issues. The objectors claim that the limits of extraction are not defined. The extraction of material is limited to areas within the slurry wall boundaries, as shown on the mining plan maps C5 and C6. Only material needed for construction will be removed for each underground crossing. The division finds the applicant has complied with the applicable rule 6.4.4 and CRS 3432.5-112, parent 2, parent D. According to the objectors, the mine signs are not properly placed at the site. The division documented mine signs at the primary mine entrances during the pre-operation inspection. The applicant also stated that additional mine signs would be added to other access locations as they were established. The division finds the applicant has complied with Rule 3.1.12. The objectors claim the applicant has not complied with all permit conditions. The Colorado Mine Land Reclamation Board conditionally approved the original permit application for the Tucson South resource site with 5 conditions. Condition 1, submit final slurry wall designs. The applicant submitted the final slurry wall designs with Amendment 2. Condition 2, division reviewed and acceptance of slurry wall as-built documents prior to exposing water. The applicant has acknowledged this as an ongoing condition. Condition number 3, approval to expose groundwater. The applicant has a current substitute water supply plan that allows for 10 acres of exposed groundwater at the Tucson South site. Condition number 4, structure agreements for specific structures. This condition was complied with during Amendment 1 and its subsequent approval. Condition number 5, structure agreements or compliance with Rule 6.4.19, parent B, parent C, with Todd Creek Farms. This condition was complied with the approval of Amendment 1. The applicant has complied with or acknowledged ongoing permit commitments and is in compliance with Rule 6.4.4. The objectors claim the applicant needs to manage stockpiles in a specific manner and a berm needs to be installed. A visual berm is required along the south end of the west cell. The applicant is required to manage topsoil and overburden stockpiles in a specific manner. Site activities began in October 2021 with the installation of slurry walls and the underdrain. The division conducts routine inspections of the site and will evaluate compliance with these ongoing items as part of Rule 6.4.4 and CRS 3432.5-116 parent 4. Reclamation plan issues. The objectors state concurrent reclamation is not defined. Topsoil, overburden, and non-marketable material will be used almost immediately and graded into the previously mined areas. Slurry wall areas, when an area is completely mined out from grade to bedrock, side slope construction will begin while the next area is being mined. It is estimated that within 6 months of an area being mined, it will be reclaimed. The division finds the applicant has complied with the applicable Rule 6.4.5. The objectors state a portion of the permit area mined under a previous permit has not been properly reclaimed. The area in question was mined under the Tucson resource permit that was located to the north of the east cell. This area was incorporated into the Tucson South permit during the original permitting of the Tucson South resource site. The area has been partially reclaimed by backfilling and grading and currently consists of an open groundwater pond. The area is to be reclaimed as an upland meadow. The division finds the applicant has complied with the applicable Rule 6.4.5. The objectors contend the noxious weed control is not being conducted properly. A weed control plan was included with the Amendment 2 application. The applicant will be required to control weeds pursuant to Rule 3.1.10 parent 6. The division conducts routine inspections of the site and will evaluate implementation of the noxious weed control plan. Hydrology issues. The objectors claim site activities will cause groundwater mounding that will negatively affect nearby wells and septic systems. The purpose of Amendment 2 is to only add 7.7 acres for a new conveyor belt corridor. The undercrossings will minimally impact groundwater and will cause little to no mounding. The applicant reaffirmed their commitment to a groundwater monitoring and mitigation plan reviewed and approved with Amendment 1. The applicant committed to installing an underdrain system to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the groundwater regime near the mine. The applicant maintains a monitoring well network of 16 monitoring wells with data beginning in 2008 to present. The division finds the impacts to groundwater quantity in and adjacent to the affected land will be minimized in accordance to Rule 3.1.6. The division finds the applicant has provided the information required for Exhibit G, water information, in accordance to Rule 6.4.7 and CRS 3432.5-116, parent 4, parent 8. This is a picture of the monitoring well network at the site as it currently stands. On the left hand of the site is the west cell. On the right hand side of the slide is the east cell. In orange is the approximate position of the slurry wall. Down south is the monitoring network associated with a parcel of land that has been removed from the permit area. This is the reclamation plan for the west cell, and it depicts the underdrain location. The underdrain location starts on the north portion of the west cell and wraps around to the west. Down south, the entire west side of the west slurry wall, and it wraps around the south side, and it terminates approximately where my cursor is. Wildlife issues. The objectors raised concerns that the conveyor corridor will be a barrier to wildlife. CPW commented it does not believe the proposed corridor will have a significant effect to local wildlife. CPW did request the corridor not be fenced. The applicant agreed to CPW's request to avoid conveyor belt installation to the extent possible between the dates of December 1st and April 30th. The division finds the applicant has submitted the information required by Rule 6.4.8, Exhibit H, wildlife information, and that the applicant has taken into account the safety and protection of wildlife on the mine site in accordance to Rule 3.1.8. Access agreements. The objectors have concerns the applicant does not have all the needed lease agreements to install the conveyor corridor. The applicant has supplied signed lease agreements for all property owners along the proposed conveyor route, except for Weld and Adams counties. Counties have supplied letters acknowledging the applicant is working closely with them, and legal right to enter will be granted upon final crossing design approval. The applicant will provide the final design drawings and approval documentation to the division prior to construction of the crossings. The division finds the applicant has submitted the information required by Rules 6.4.14, Exhibit N, source of legal right to enter, and recommends conditional approval. Geotechnical stability. The objectors claim the conveyor corridor will negatively affect the Challenger Reservoir. The Challenger Reservoir is located north of the west cell. The applicant provided a geotechnical stability analysis of the conveyor corridor along the east and a portion of the north side of the Challenger Reservoir. The results of the stability analysis demonstrated the minimum factors of safety were met or exceeded, and the conveyor corridor will not adversely affect the Challenger Reservoir. The division finds the applicant provided the required information in accordance with Rule 6.5 and CRS 3432.5-116, parent 4, parent I. The objectors have raised concerns about the stability of structures near the reservoirs under rapid drawdown saturated conditions. The applicant provided the results of the stability analysis demonstrating the minimum factors of safety were exceeded in accordance with the Dam Safety Board minimum requirements and minimum factors of safety required by the board. The applicant has stated they will perform the same analysis again as a requirement of the Adams County conditional use permit after the reservoirs have been constructed. The division finds the applicant provided the required information in accordance with Rule 6.5 and CRS 3432.5-116, parent 4, parent I. In closing, jurisdictional issues raised by the objectors were addressed by the applicant. All adequacy items were addressed to the division's satisfaction. The Tucson South resource amendment application number 2 satisfied all the requirements of the act and rules. Division recommendation. The division recommends approval with a condition of AM2 over objection. The condition is as follows. Land shall not be affected in Tract L, Tract O, and County Road 32.5 until final crossing designs are approved by the respective county and documentation of the approval has been submitted to the division. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Can you not share anymore? There you go. Any questions? Okay, I'm gonna hopefully I want to get the applicant if we can before we go to lunch, but hopefully the applicant will stay on subject. Well, applicant, you can go ahead and start your presentation.
Thank you. I'd like to screen share our PowerPoint.
Okay.
And we will try to be as brief as possible with our remarks.
Okay, great.
Good morning, board members, or I guess soon to be afternoon. My name, as I stated, is Michelle Berger. I'm with Spencer Fain, and we represent Aggregate Industries for the application before you. Aggregate Industries has been a mining operator in Colorado for decades, and most people know them as Aggregate or AI, so I'll be referring to them today just as AI. We have a great presentation for you today, but before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank Mr. Lenberg for all his hard work on this application, including his presentation and his recommendation for approval with one condition. With his recommendation, Mr. Lenberg also provided a rationale packet, which does a great job of discussing each issue raised by the objectors and outlining, as he did in his presentation, exactly why these issues do not affect his determination that the application meets all the criteria for approval with one condition. Before I turn it over to AI's witnesses, I'd like to briefly review the history of the permit, the conditional use permit, and the public support for the mine, but only as related to the conveyor, which is the very narrow issue before you today. The history of the permit is that since at least 2019, AI's plan has been to convey the mined material from the Tucson South mine to its Platte Valley processing plant along Highway 85 in Weld County. The current permit, as Mr. Lenberg indicated, includes 3.3 acres of affected lands for the conveyor on the east side of Tucson Street and south side of 168th Street, with a crossing just east of the Tucson and 168th intersection. In March of 2021, Adams County approved a conditional use permit that actually requires all materials be transferred only via conveyor as a means of eliminating any truck traffic. The CUP also requires relocation of the conveyor to the west side of Tucson Street with a crossing west of Tucson and 168th to mitigate impacts to the adjoining property owners. AI's commitment in the CUP to transporting the mine material exclusively via conveyor was instrumental in the public support that's documented in your board materials by numerous letters. In fact, in 2004, for the original permit, the city of Brighton opposed this mine, and the mayor of the city of Brighton filed an objection. In 2021, the city of Brighton wholeheartedly supported this application, which brings us to the need for this amendment. After the approval of the CUP, the current permits affected lands needed to be revised to reflect the new conveyor location. As I noted earlier, Mr. Lenberg issued his recommendation for approval with one condition and rationale, which clearly supports why the application meets the criteria, and identified 14 separate issues that the objectors raised. As I also mentioned in discussion of the motion, we met with two of the objectors on site on December 21st to discuss their objections. However, all 14 objections remained as issues for the board. As I said, the AI wholeheartedly agrees with Mr. Lenberg's recommendation and his conclusions, and we incorporate his information and presentation into our presentation as to why we meet the conditions of approval. Now I'd like to introduce the witnesses and narrow the scope of the issues to just 5 main topics in recognition of the board's being respectful of the board's time. The main witnesses today for the applicant will be Mr. Gary Linden and Mr. Roger Wingate. Mr. Gary Linden is AI's DRMS permitting consultant who was primarily responsible for the application and who worked closely with Mr. Lenberg throughout the adequacy review and response period. Mr. Linden is a registered professional geologist and a registered professional environmental scientist with further training in OSHA and MSHA compliance. Gary has over 30 years experience as a project manager, construction manager, project geologist, and project engineering geologist on a variety of gravel mine lining, mine relocation, mine reclamation, dam, water resource, geologic, and environmental projects. Mr. Roger Wingate is AI's construction management consultant who is primarily responsible for pre-mining construction activities such as the slurry wall and underdrying construction and compliance with the CUP conditions. Mr. Wingate is also responsible for coordinating all conveyor permitting with Adams and Weld counties, and specifically the below grade crossing at 168. Mr. Wingate is a Colorado School of Mine Civil Engineering graduate with over 25 years experience managing construction contracts for infrastructure and land development projects. Roger has significant experience working with consultants and local jurisdictions on permitting and scheduling issues and served his country as a U.S. Army engineer. Testimony of these witnesses will be augmented as necessary by Mr. Neil Whitmer, AI's Director of Land and Environment for the Rocky Mountain region. While relatively new to the AI family, Neil has significant experience in permitting and environmental issues in the West. As I said, in the interest of sticking to our allotted time and in respect of the board's time, we've grouped the 14 issues into 5 categories, which are, excuse me, oops, I need to go back here, excuse me. Notice and legal right of entry, then followed by mining and reclamation plans, compliance with the current permit, hydrologic and geotechnical issues, and then the other issues that Mr. Lenberg addressed. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gary Lindberg. He will address notice and legal right of entry, starting with availability of the application. And this discussion includes issues 1, 2, 4, and 12. Gary?
Thank you. Issue number 1 is whether the application was available for public review. We hand delivered the application to the DRMS office. The DRMS put it on the Laserfish site. At the same time, we hand delivered the application to the clerk and recorders at Weld and Adams counties. The acknowledgements were filed with staff and are contained in Exhibit R. Then we also had 3 adequacy reviews, and after each adequacy review was submitted to staff, and the acknowledgements were also sent to the 2 county clerks and recorders, and they're also, the acknowledgements are contained in Exhibit R.
Thanks, Gary. During our December 21st meeting with the objectors, and again at the pre-hearing conference, we spoke about, and the objectors acknowledged their access to the application materials and that AI met these requirements, and that the objectors did in fact have access to the materials and the adequacy responses. As opposed to the objectors' ability to access these materials, we believe their arguments are focused on the DRMS rules and whether they believe those rules are sufficient, adequate, and efficient means of accessing the materials. So clearly, AI's position is that the application meets the requirements for availability of the application. Next, Gary will discuss how the application meets the public notice requirement.
Yes, per rule 1.6.2 parent 1, we advertised the mine and the application in the Brighton Standard Blade. It was for 4 weeks. The objector stated that they found the notice in the online version was difficult to find. There's no requirement to have it be placed online. The affidavit of publication was filed with staff and is in the record. We also sent out notices and structure agreements to adjacent landowners and people within 200 feet of the mine. While we met at the site on December 21st, Mr. Jim Hood was present, and Mr. Hood felt that he had not been properly notified. It turns out that Mr. Hood is not within 200 feet of the mine and did not need to be noticed. Also present at that meeting was Mr. Chris Mueller. Mr. Mueller said he had received the structure agreement, but not been properly notified as to the conveyor access. We were able to email Mr. Mueller the actual certified mailing receipts.
Thanks, Gary. AI's position is this is another instance of the objectors being dissatisfied with the DRMS rules, not AI's compliance therewith. Roger Wingate will now address 2 of the 3 signage requirements for the mine, and then Gary will address the amendment application signage. Roger?
On November 2nd, 2021, we received a complaint that the mine signage was out of permit compliance. AI staff inspected the site and determined that wall signs were on site. They were poorly posted and poorly mounted. AI procured new signs and installed them at the newly constructed site entrances on November 28th, 2021. Pictures of the new signs are available in the application record. Also, as part of that same objection, there was a complaint that the site signage was lacking as described in the Adams County conditional use permit. Project entry signs were mounted at both site entrances on December 9th, 2021.
Thank you, Roger. Gary?
Yes, so we also posted signs as required for the DRMS amendment. We consulted with the DRMS staff, and they suggested that we place 4 signs at the site. One is at the intersection of Highway 7 and Tucson Street. One is at the east entrance to the mine. One is at the intersection of 168th Street and Tucson Street, and one is along County Road 23.5. After we posted these signs, we prepared the appropriate affidavits of posting and submitted to the DRMS staff. We periodically checked the signs. It turns out that the sign at the east entrance was always there, and the sign at 168th and Tucson Street was always there, never had to be replaced. The sign at Tucson Street and Highway 7 had to be replaced one time, and the sign along County Road 23.5 had to be replaced twice.
Thank you, Gary. So again, it's clear, as Mr. Lundberg indicated, the application meets these requirements. Next, Gary will talk about legal right of entry for the amendment number 2.
Yes. So the legal right of entry for the entire mine, including the conveyor, is available in Exhibit N. We'll focus on just the conveyor area. So there is the city of Aurora is the Challenger pit, which is immediately north of the mine. That is going to be tract N. Just north of that will be Adams County, where it's the 168th Street right away. That is tract O. Just north of that is the Sakata Farms Yoshi and Suzu LLLP. That's tracks P and Q. That's on the east side of County Road 23.5. Progressing to the north, we have Dot and Jim Struck, which is track R. And further north is Toby Struck, which is track S.
Thank you, Gary. Some of the materials and exhibits that the objectors provided and some of the testimony they indicated they would provide today prior to their response to our motion involve the Westminster and Wattenberg Lakes property. And I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. The issue raised by the objectors doesn't address the parcels that are subject to amendment number 2, but rather AI's legal right of entry to the Westminster Wattenberg Lakes property. However, there's no required legal right of entry to this property for this amendment, as AI already has a legal right of entry under its Wattenberg Lakes DRMS permit. When Gary first discussed this application with DRMS, the decision was made to include the entire conveyor route in the Tucson South DRMS permit amendment, as opposed to requiring it as well as the Wattenberg Lakes permit to be amended, since the conveyor was serving the Tucson South mine. As I said, after the objection date, the objectors also raised the issue of whether there's an agreement between AI and the Mountain View Water Users Association for lowering their water line as part of the conveyor crossing of 168th. As an initial matter, this is not a timely objection, but more importantly, any agreement required with the Mountain View Water Users Association would be a condition of approval of the 168th crossing by Adams County and Weld County's approval of the final construction drawings, which is a condition of approval recommended by Mr. Lindbergh. So here again, AI's position is the application meets this requirement. Now we're going to discuss the mining and reclamation plans. And this category addresses issues 3, 7, and 8 raised by the objectors. Roger will start off the discussion with information as to the mining plan adequacy, and then turn it over to Gary to discuss the reclamation plan adequacy and concurrent reclamation. Roger?
Thank you. An objection was stated that the excavation for the underground crossing underneath County Road 168 would be considered mining outside the approved boundaries. The construction of this crossing will generate approximately 250 cubic yards of excess trench spoils. This material will be returned back to the Tucson South pit and will not be processed for sale.
Thank you, Roger. Gary?
Yes, for the reclamation plan adequacy, Mr. Wayne Mueller raised the issue of the reclamation of a portion of the permitted area that is north of the east cell. This is a moot point, as the original 2004 order approving the current reclamation permit addressed and dismissed this objection. Further, this reclamation of this area is provided in reclamation plan map F3 as an upland meadow. This is why the application meets the requirement as noted by staff. Issue number 7 is Mr. Michael Lloyd raised an issue about the concurrent reclamation. This was dismissed by the board as part of the 2004 order approving the current permit, and it's a moot point. So the concurrent reclamation is, as the mine opens up, stripped overburden will be placed in the reclamation slopes to be done when 800 feet of reclamation foundation is opened up. This is why the application meets the requirement as noted by staff.
Thank you, Gary. Next, we're going to discuss compliance with the current permit. This category addresses the objectors' issues 5 and 6. Gary will address AI's compliance with the current permit conditions 1, 2, 4, and 5, and then turn it over to Neil Whitmer to discuss compliance with condition number 3. Gary?
Okay, so one of the DRMS conditions is that they didn't supply the final design. So the final design was applied within the adequacy review, and it is in the Laserfish application materials. Also, AI personally provided Wayne a copy of the under drain, the design, story wall, and the groundwater model. So design is not subject to adjoining property approval, but we did supply all these items to Mr. Mueller. An ongoing issue is we have to do a story wall construction report on the QA/QC of the story wall. This will be provided after the end of story wall construction, which is currently in process. It will be provided to the DRMS and to the city of Aurora at the end of construction, and it will and we cannot expose water other than what's allowed in our substitute water supply plan until that submittal is made to the DRMS. Structure agreements, number 4 and 5. Patrick, this condition was met as part of Amendment 1 and was further satisfied in relation to the conveyor and the rapid drawdown criteria as part of Amendment 2.
Thank you, Gary. Neil, would you like to address condition number 3, please?
Thank you, Michelle. With respect to condition 3, while not part of the DRMS permit, AI does have a current substitute water supply plan in place that allows up to 10 acres of exposed groundwater. However, we will be mining behind a slurry wall, so groundwater exposure is going to be minimal. I believe that the substitute water supply plan is in the board's records as Exhibit G, but if not, I can certainly provide copies if needed.
Thank you, Neil. Now Gary and Roger will discuss the berms and stockpile management for the mine, which is issue number 6. Gary?
Yes. So under the DRMS permit, stockpiles cannot be placed in the floodway, but they can be placed in the floodplain. In addition, there are local high points on both the east and west cells that are not in the floodplain, as they don't inundate with water in these local high points. Where the stockpiles are put in the floodplain, they'll be oriented in a north-south orientation, so they are parallel to the floodplain. And when the mine is opened up, stockpiles can be placed below grade. State clearing and grubbing has only occurred in the area of the underdrain construction, the bar areas for the story wall, supplemental fines for the story wall.
Thanks, Gary. Roger, would you like to address the CUP permit and the berms?
Yes, as part of the Adams County conditional use permit, AI will construct 2 earthen screening berms on the north side of Highway 7, west of Tucson Street to the west project limits of the west cell. These berms will be landscaped and irrigated during the mining of the west cell. The berms will be removed at completion of mining of the west cell during reclamation.
And it's my understanding those are scheduled for construction in spring of this year. Is that correct?
Correct. Those 2 berms will be constructed at the completion of the west cell slurry wall.
Thanks, Roger. Next, we're going to address issues 10, 13, and 14 that have to do with hydrologic and geotechnical issues. These are all squarely within Gary's expertise, and so I'm going to turn this portion of the presentation over to Gary now, starting with the hydrologic balance issue number 10, then going on to geotechnical stability number 13, and concluding with the rapid drawdown conditions in issue number 14.
The objectors raised the issue as to whether impacts to the prevailing hydrologic balance have been minimized, including concerns about the groundwater mounding and impacts to septic systems. So there is a groundwater model at the site. There will be a mound on the, there will be groundwater mounding, which will result in higher water levels on the south and west sides of the actual mine. And there will be a groundwater shadow, which will be lower water levels on the north and east parts of the mine. And so what we've done is we've designed an underdrain, and the underdrain will will drain the mounted water and distribute it around to the site to the shadow area where there's lower water anticipated. So we will minimize the effects on the hydrologic balance. The other thing is the same issue was raised by two of the ejectors in 2004 and was addressed by the board as item number 4 in paragraph number 20. Additionally, as addressed in an adequacy review, the objectors are worried that a lot of there will be kind of mounding and effects to the water, the aquifer, by the placement of the culverts for the conveyor crossings. So we did an actual model, and there's actually a transmissible aquifer that's 15 feet below the culvert. And we did the actual model, and we found there would be no mounding or shadowing near these culverts. In fact, there's very little effect on delivery of water beneath these culverts. Geotechnical stability, which is issue number 3. The objectors have raised issues about the conveyor corridor, that they might impact the Challenger Reservoir. So we had an as-built study that the city of Aurora provided to us, and we performed a geotechnical stability analysis on that slope liner, and we met both static and seismic criteria, meeting the DRMS requirements. I also understand that the objectors think there might be some problems with vibrations at the site. We actually know that the conveyors do not vibrate very much, but nevertheless, we've got a clay overburden that will immediately underlie the conveyor. We've got clay liner soils. They're both cohesive soils, and they are not vibratory sensitive soils. Let's see. The objectors also mentioned that they were concerned about the soil wall of the Tucson pit. The Tucson pit soil wall is more than 100 feet from the Challenger clay layer and clay liner, and will have no adverse impact on the conveyor or the clay liner. So the other issue is number 14. So they also raised the issue of rapid drawdown, which is something that the DRMS doesn't normally have us analyze for, but because the objectors raised the issue, they requested that we do this. So we did do a rapid drawdown on both the west and the east cells. And the rapid drawdown analysis includes putting a reservoir slope in the reservoir and then having it fully saturated. And we met the requirements of the Dam Safety Board, Division of Dam Safety.
Thank you, Gary. Now, Neil and Roger will finish up our presentation with a discussion of weed control and interactions of the conveyor with wildlife, which are issues 9 and 11. Neil?
Sure. So AI uses a variety of methods to control noxious weeds on our sites, including mowing and chemical spraying. As Patrick mentioned previously, DRMS has the right to conduct and in fact conducts routine inspections on all of our sites. With respect to Tucson South specifically, we do have a weed control plan included in Amendment 2. Our efforts in 2021 for weed control included mowing and spraying. I know Michelle mentioned I'm relatively new to AI, but I did go through our records and I found receipts for our weed control at Tucson that go back to 2007. They might be part of the board's records, but if not, I can supply those receipts upon request.
Thanks, Neil. Roger, can you finish up with wildlife and the discussion of how the application takes into account the safety and protection of wildlife?
Yes, an objection was raised that the conveyor system would negatively affect the movement of the local deer population. As part of the permit review process, Colorado Parks and Wildlife issued a letter to the DRMS staff that addressed the conveyor's potential impact on deer. The CPW letter recommended leaving the conveyor unfenced was the preferable option. However, Wild County has requested that the right-of-way property lines along the conveyor route do need to be fenced. In accordance with the CPW letter, if fencing is installed, AI will install wildlife-friendly fencing.
Thanks, Roger. Thanks to Gary, Roger, and Neil for addressing the issues that were raised by the objectors and showing how these issues do not change the fact that AI met all of the requirements for approval of the amendment. I believe AI was allotted 45 minutes for our initial presentation, and so we'll reserve any remaining time allotted for our presentation for cross-examination of the objectors' witnesses. Thanks to the board and Mr. Singletary, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, I don't think you have any time left, but regardless, so we're gonna, let's see, it's 12:30, which you're right on time. We'll go to 10 after 1 and come back if that's okay with the board. And then objectors, you'll be up. Okay.
Is it possible to continue?
No.
Okay.
That way you can start off fresh. But somebody needs to not share anymore. The applicant. Okay, is the board, is that okay with the board? We come back at 10 after 1? Is that good? Okay. All right. See you then. And then objectors, we'll have a full stomach, so that'll be better for you.
Thank you. I don't see us right now. Do you? You're gonna be on there, right? No, I don't know. Yep. You want to turn back on the application? Yeah, but you can sit in the back. You don't care. Yeah. Just keep your fingers to yourself. Which one? Here. Chris. I mean, I don't have much to say at all, so I can slide over if someone comes to say it. I want you to open it. This is something that you need to do. I don't want to hog this thing. No, but I don't look at it that way. Okay. Let's see how full my should put some using too. So how did you?
Are we all here? We set?
Yes, sir.
Okay, objectors, you're up. You got 60 minutes. You can split it as you choose, but please stay on subject.
Okay, this is Wayne Mueller. I appreciate my opportunity to appear before you. I'll try and keep it as brief as I can. I'm going to start out by clarification as to why we had concerns with what was brought up by the board, not the board, excuse me, the division and the applicant. The limits of mining was only a concern that they wouldn't make this an extension of their current mine. There was no other purpose for that. We understand that they'll agree to that. It's not of any purpose now. The signage. The reason we've been so concerned with signage is this operator has a history of not doing what the division has required. On at least 2 prior inspections over the past 17 years, the lack of signage and boundaries was noted on the inspection forms, and Aggregate Industries never bothered to just put up a sign so that the public could know who's responsible for maintaining this ground, and if there was an accident, who to be called. The inspector, Patrick, showed that their signs were currently there. We will tell you they were. 2 days prior to his inspection, they weren't. I've posted several pictures of what they had for signage. And those are 1722 to 1725 in your packet. The signs, once again, we're not upset with the division's rules. We understand why the rule is there fully. It's just the compliance of this applicant as they are willing to comply with what they say they're going to do. The other thing that was brought up was the notification. When the first amendments came out, I personally was never notified. I'm the adjoining landowner. I found that to be somewhat alarming. I didn't know those amendments had occurred till quite a period of time afterwards. We talked about concurrent. One of the reasons the objectors have a concern with concurrent reclamation and why it was brought up earlier. There is a section of ground that was in the Tucson North, which was, I believe, 99, was a Tucson North permit that was moved to this permit. Now, the particular piece of ground we're talking about was outside of the slurry wall for the old permit. I think it was 91-140. They had mined out the gravel. They put their fines back in it. They never reclaimed it. And then instead of reclamation, moved it to the new permit. Well, if they're going to be doing concurrent reclamation under this permit, I would think that 14 acres would have been the highest priority to recover and put back into its original state, which was Highland Meadows. Instead, we have an enormous weed patch and a pond. The division has been on site many times. I'm a direct neighbor. Mike Lloyd, my son, we all live directly adjacent to this property. They do not control weeds. They may show you something that they did a limited weed program. This is 200 plus acres. They haven't mowed the noxious weeds. In the 17 years that they've been next to us, the property has been mowed once or twice. And even in their application to Adams County, which was, and it's in your packet, noxious weeds picture is 494. They took a picture of the pond and the weeds to show their compliance with reclamation for an upland meadow. I find that appalling. The undercrossing has been stated as having a minimal impact on the hydrological balance of the area. The applicant has not shown one study that's current. In the prior 17 years, there is now approximately 2 miles of almost continuous slurry wall blocking any flow of water to the river from the west. The only path for water now remaining is under 168th Avenue. The applicant has not shown one water study. They've not shown one boring. They have done nothing but do a model based on prior information of an aquifer prior to all of the slurry walls. I find that, as a professional, somewhat appalling. They talked about monitoring and showed you monitoring wells for groundwater. Not one of those monitoring wells is along the conveyor proposed route or the ground in this amendment. Not one. They're all within the slurry wall and just outside of the slurry wall for the current mine. Drain system, they said we were concerned about that. No, I don't even care about the drain system. A drawdown, we never asked it. It appears that they can read our minds with their questions and responses. We don't have a problem with that. They said that the conveyor route was being moved because Adams County asked them to do it. It was being moved because they could not get an agreement with the landholders for the earlier proposed route, which is the city of Aurora and ground with Paul Irwin that's in legal action at this time. The statement that we are only concerned with how the rules of the division are written and how we want to change them. That's not our concern at all. Our concern is compliance with your rules and the lack of compliance by aggregate industries. The note was that the design of the slurry walls and everything in 2004, as brought up by Mr. Linden, brings back in that earlier permit. Because what they have done with the slurry walls is add approximately another half mile to the total length of slurry wall that is continuous from Highway 7 to Weld County Road 4.
Mr. Singletary, if I could, please, I'd like to object. Much of this information is exactly what was covered in our motion, which we feel is not relevant to the amendment before the board.
And I appreciate that, but I'm going to give him a little more leniency. I appreciate where you're coming from, and I can see where it has a little bearing on what you're trying to do, in my opinion. But I want to give him some leniency here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm only responding to their presentations, not to anything else. The comment on vibration of a conveyor should be noted that vibration is limited. And it has to depend on what kind of conveyor and what they're running. Nowhere in anything that has been presented to the public identifies the size of the conveyor, the weight of the conveyed materials, the distance between rollers, or how it's going to be fastened to the ground. All engineering concerns. Okay, now I'm done with response to what has been presented. And I'll just cut real quick to where I think it's important. We are very concerned about the hydraulic and hydrologic balance along the corridor of Tucson Street and which is 168th Avenue, Weld County Road 2. That road splits the county. There is now approximately a half a mile of continuous dam north of that road, starting within 60 feet of the road, and it goes north to Weld County Road 4. That was put in since 2004. The Tucson North has been slurry walled. The contended acres that they did not reclaim was filled with fines. Fines do not transmit water very well. And everything all the way down to Highway 7 is now slurry walled. We have the Challenger Reservoir that was supposed to be clay lined as another barrier to water. So we have to move water from west, southwest to east, northeast. We now have a huge barrier with one conduit through the gravels that are existing in that area, and it's under the road, and it can only move so much water. Nowhere have they shown in any of their engineering or any of their application that they've done any investigation whatsoever. They can't tell you currently what the groundwater is. They don't know how high it is. They've not done a pump flow study to tell you how much water is moving around their slurry walls and the other slurry walls that will directly impact 168th Avenue. And my son lives on 168th Avenue and has a long history of it. His house was built many years ago, had a dry basement, And now water levels have come up substantially with just the Dersham slurry wall, let alone all of the new additional water that's going to move that way. I have another concern when they were talking about the design of their tunnel or culvert or whatever method for going under the road. Adams County is going to require a 6-foot clearance from top of their culvert to the roadway. That was not in stone now, that was talking to their engineer directly. They are proposing approximately an 8-foot tall structure. So they are going to have a solid barrier to flow of water under 168th Avenue, adjacent to the slurry walls, that has not been addressed. They didn't even bore to see what the depth of the materials are there, or if there are clay lenses or other obstructions to flow. So I have a great concern that we're not worried about the water going down, we're worried about the water coming up. Now, when we talked about boreholes, we had a map shown by Patrick in his presentation that showed the boreholes that were used for sampling and what they were using for places for monitoring. I want the board to be aware that not one, zero, are along the path of this conveyor. Specifically, not on the top of the east boundary of the Challenger Reservoir. Now, mind you, contrary to what may have been said or put into documents, the Tucson North Reservoir, which is owned by the city of Thornton, is fully slurry walled. It is immediately adjacent to Tucson Street on the east. On the west is the Challenger Pit, where they're proposing to move their conveyor over the top of. That pit is currently under state order to be repaired because it is leaking substantially. There was not one mention of soil samples having been taken from along the backfill slopes. Now, the rate of leakage is substantial. We've followed this since day one. It is much, much faster now. If the board would like, I have taken a picture since we have been given the opportunity of exhibits of the Challenger Reservoir that is frozen. There is a very large area of open water. The only explanation for that open water is that there's flow coming through the clay liner, if there ever was one, and through the very fine materials that were used for backfill. We will try to pull that picture up for you now.
I want you to stay on subject. Some of this stuff you need to bring to DRMS. What we're talking about today is a conveyor belt. I understand where you're coming from, and some of the things you're bringing up you need to bring up to the staff and discuss it with them if they're out of compliance. But right today, we're talking about what's happening with the modified agreement regarding the conveyor belt.
I will do that. The only reason for all of that information is the conveyor belt is going to ride along the area, the ground that has been included in their application is adjacent to a failed wall on an existing reservoir. And any engineers that say that they can do a stability assessment and analysis, which was required by the permit process, and say that they, with confidence, know what the underlying assumptions are without drawing samples or even investigating what is obvious to the naked eye as a failure in the reservoir currently, I have a great problem believing that that analysis is accurate. And that's what's concerning me with this application. It was one of the division's requirements. It was in their response of adequacy. And it's not there.
Mr. Singletary, please indulge me, but I agree that this is far off topic. It's outside their arguments or their objections. And I am just not entirely sure that Dr. Mueller is qualified as an expert to testify as to Mr. Linden's study. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that, but I still, you know, we try and do as much as we can to have the general public have their peace, but I am getting a little, I think you're stretching it a little bit too much, Mr. Mueller. Let's kind of get to the point here.
The point is, if that reservoir wall fails, this conveyor will be inoperative on this particular piece of ground. The vibration from this conveyor is a component. We have a stability assessment to protect my son's house that I have no faith in the underlying data. And as far as expertise, they can question me. I'm saying data into a CAN program that is inaccurate or at least not verified gives you a result that is either inaccurate or not verified. And that is one of the bases for giving this permit.
Okay.
So I appreciate your time, but understand that as neighbors, we have a problem in that the Challenger pit was a DRMS project. It was inspected and released, and it has been failing, leaking water since day one. The backfill material is supposed to be a clay liner. We've never seen evidence of a clay liner there whatsoever. The reservoirs around this project are in the same state. We're only concerned that if, in fact, the Challenger Reservoir fails for any reason, or there is something that fails and damages our surrounding property, this is our opportunity to prevent that.
Okay. You know, you do have opportunity to go to our staff and over the course of time and discuss these issues. I still think, I mean, we need to hone in on what today's subject is. And our staff is always available to go talk to if you have danger. You know, you've been there since 2004. And I know our staff, and they're gonna look out for your well-being as well as your sons and the neighbors. And so I'm not sure that, I mean, I understand where you're coming from and I know your frustration, but we need to talk about the conveyor belt today and why, what we're doing. We're doing 7.3 acres opposed to whatever the number is, 3 point something. And amendments like this are typical when you have operations like this. People have, things change over time. Adams County is more interested in having that material travel by way of a conveyor belt than trucks. And you know, it appears to me that that's what they're trying to do. I'm not trying to get you to run away from, if you've got a problem here, to come and see our staff. It doesn't have to be with this subject, but this subject, we need to stay with this subject. That's all I'm saying.
All full respect, we have repeatedly brought this stuff up to staff and we've never gotten a response from DRMS. I'm sorry, 20 years of beating my head on a concrete wall. This is my opportunity to bring up a safety concern prior to the inclusion of ground that has inadequate guarantees that they're not going to damage surrounding properties, which includes the Challenger Reservoir, and it is part of the regulation. So with that said, I will conclude my presentation. Cherie Gould would like to make a comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Is the picture back up again? I just want Wayne to explain what you're looking at in this picture so that you understand where the conveyor is going to run on Tucson Street and what that water is showing.
If you look at the picture, what looks like a dam impoundment between two reservoirs is Tucson Street. You're looking at the Challenger Reservoir from west to east. That entire reservoir is frozen except where, for some reason, it's not underflowing water. If you look in the Thornton Reservoir, which is behind it, it is completely frozen. If you look at the pictures of the surrounding reservoirs, they are completely frozen. So if the Challenger Reservoir is not repaired adequately to a good engineering standard, this conveyor has a large probability of falling into the reservoir and damaging neighboring properties. That's our point.
I would like to say something in regards to the conveyor obviously changing locations and changing the dynamics of the engineering in regards to all of this. My background, again, is just research and hours of it. But the 2004 studies, if you look at them, what they did is they took hypothesis off of models, and they brought in the Walker reservoirs that sit to the north of County Road 2. They brought in the Thornton or Roger pit, it's Thornton's pit, which is in Tucson North. They brought into the Challenger. They brought these into the picture, and even though they weren't done, they created a hypothesis of running analysis of what would happen if this, that, and the other happened. The thing that was never in the analysis back in 2004, and the data was of course old, is that the Kirby-Dersham reservoirs, which were mentioned, that are next to where the conveyor will run on 23.5 Road in Weld County, created an additional wall of blockage of the water flow. And the thing is, static water is just a level of where it sits. Flow is considerable. There's a considerable amount of flow coming off this hill. It runs from the southwest to the northeast or in that direction, and it's got a huge amount of pressure behind it. And there was no flow measures. And that part of taking that conveyor that you want to bring in and say it's just 7 acres, it's not a land thing. It is also an engineering thing. There's only 2 main roads that go off of Highway 85 and all the way to I-25. And this County Road 2 is one of them. And they're going to plan on putting something under that, and it's going to create a block under that road, which is going to create a damming effect as to where that water flows and comes down there. And that's why we think that there should be flow studies to measure how high those flows are. Some of those numbers in those reports were exceedingly high. The Walker reservoirs that sit just to the north, there's the Walker North and South, it's the baseline pit. In terms of the DRMS, both of those have failed, and they also need repaired. If you look at the state orders, this wasn't just a mild repair, it's the entire thing. The entire thing needs redone. And when I got involved in this, I thought, oh, surely it's just a mild leak, it's just this, it's just that. And I could not get the water commissioners to even take a look at it. The water that was in here, all of it is leaked in here. There is nothing that's been put in here. It was being stored illegally by Aurora, and it is a significant issue, and people need to take a look at how that affects the engineering of something that's going on and how that affects somebody's basement, their septic, their well, or something. That needs to be looked at. There is, if you are familiar with it or not, a lawsuit, litigation that was between AI and Boyer.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to object to relevancy here. I'm not sure how this has anything to do with the pending application.
Well, can I say that when you have...
Who's objecting?
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Jeff Fugate on behalf of the division. Sorry.
All right. All right, and I agree with you, the relevancy. I want people to be able to say their piece, but you know, it's got to be relevant, and in my opinion, it isn't. So let's move on. If there's another objector that has something to say that's relevant, let's hear it.
This is Mike Lloyd. I'm not going to even speak to the issue.
Okay, so can I speak to the issue of some of what aggregate presented, even though they didn't want to cover some of the CUP?
As long as you stay on topic.
Well, they didn't stay on topic, so do I get to address
Yes, they did.
it instead? How does the support of the city of Brighton stay on topic?
Ma'am, go ahead.
The reason I want to say that is because I threw that in, and no, we have a lot of involvement in the city. City manager Jane, the then city manager, and Mark Falkenberg wanted to get Aurora's water, and they felt that they supported the project, they would get that. This was an hour-and-a-half conversation we had with them. Brighton Urban Renewal Authority extremely opposed this. This was a very controversial issue. There was far more, you know, they brought up that they had all these support letters. No, that's not just a portion of it. When they got Brighton City's approval, they showed literally that they'd be mining 35 to 40 feet below. We'll go ahead and take a look at soil samples. They're going to be mining literally shale bedrock because it doesn't go that deep. But that's not what they told the city. So the misrepresentations that they did, that part is the true story. And that's the part that, you know, nobody gets to hear. They just hear all the pretty aspects. And when we had originally, and I don't want to get off track on this because the notification was just not very, the standards of notification are almost funny because most of the people with the Brighton Standard Blade they do it online. They don't get hard newspapers delivered to their door. So the fact that it would have cost the person $150 to get a copy of that permit from the county, I do take issue with. But I didn't want to spend time on that because there's the track record, when you have somebody who's already had issues with aggregate industries, they've owned up to the fact that they had an issue, but then they fired the person who wants to take care of the problem and then push it on the wayside. And I take great issue with that.
This is Mike Lloyd. I would like to make a comment to put focus on this. Again, the Challenger Reservoir is failing. The conveyor is going to run north-south along the whole edge of the Challenger pit. If the Challenger pit wall fails, then the likelihood of the conveyor falling into the pit, there is a likelihood. And that is the part of the 7 acres that we're talking about. This is as much a problem, I think, for AI as it is for us as neighbors. It's going to be disastrous to AI if that Challenger pit wall fails. End of comment.
Okay, this is Wayne Mueller. One last thing. I understand we have an engineer or two on the board. If you were to do a study for stability analysis or zones of influence, wouldn't you want to know the pore pressure, the shear of the supporting structures, the shear value of the soils, the water level, and the flow under that structure? That should be a basis. And my contention is not one of these studies were along the section of the proposed conveyor route in this amendment. Please take a look at that. Thank you.
Anything further from objectors?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight, just because it was brought up, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and I talked to Brandon personally about this. And again, this is a reflection just for the board when you seek comment. If there is an intent to actually serve the public or protect wildlife, looking at a part of the picture is like saying an airplane safe to fly if you look at one wing. And that to me is short. Just this particular conveyor runs through 3 permits. It runs through 3 private landholders, 2 city entities, and 1 which they don't have an agreement with. But the thing is, when they reflected it, they said, okay, they could only, Brandon said it can only go up to this point. It doesn't stop there at Wattenberg. It just crosses through. It's a total of almost 3.5 miles if you take it down to the southwest corner of the west parcel on this particular thing. That's a long conveyor belt. And so when we talk about the issues, and you'll see in Colorado Parks and Wildlife thing, they talk about just north of there, how that is a heavy area. And those deer will need to cross on the roads to get from one side to the other. And so that part of, okay, so is it 1 car accident to, they'll get across there, they'll come over across the road. We occasionally get deer getting hit on County Road 2. But that part of saying, okay, well, they said it was fine, and they said it was only going to be 5 to 8 years. And the 5 to 8 years just doesn't happen. There is no track record of aggregate industries completing this mine in anywhere near that amount of time. And so that part is why I brought that in. I'm only commenting because they brought it back up that, hey, they said it was fine. Do you want to count? Do you want to?
No, I think we're relatively, I think we're done as objectors. The comment you made that we can always talk to staff, I'm sorry I made the comment the way I did back, but you have to understand that we have gone to board meetings. We have been down to the division. We've made many phone calls, and we just don't seem to get traction. We have a problem in our neighborhood with several mines that were not completed as per design. The Challenger Reservoir backfilled with fines. They took a bulldozer and pushed the stuff up from their very fine sands that were not marketable. And that's what fill was done with. Now, I've been there since that started. I had a very good working relationship with the original operator of the Challenger. It didn't end up that way. And I just ask that the division do what you were charged to do with, which is to assure the public safety, to assure that things are reclaimed the way they're supposed to be, and that when you go to do an inspection, you look at all the factors and make sure that the compliance is not in 17 years, that it's in maybe 17 days. And if it's a safety concern, it should be brought to an immediate end. Thank you.
Okay, anything additional from the objectors? You also have a rebuttal time if you choose to use that.
We would. Can
Okay.
I ask questions of the engineer, Gary Lindman?
Okay, good.
Were there any boreholes anywhere along the Challenger route?
Yes,
When?
they were drilled by JT along the, at the undercrossing at 168th. And where it crosses 168th, and they are also drilled for the undercrossing of the Tucson Street. And they were drilled along the, where the conveyor goes overhead near the oil field access along County Road 23.5. And they were drilled on near County Road 23 3/4.
Were there any drill holes on the retention areas of your proposed route on the Challenger from the south extreme to where it turns west and to where it turns north for your continuation of the conveyor?
There was one boring on the south side of 168th Street.
Okay, but not on the south side of 168th, but
Yes,
not
but
next to
not-
the retention.
Not along the rest of the conveyor, right? There were no other borehole. Oh, maybe Roger could. Were there other boreholes near the south side of the conveyor? Roger, do you know?
Yes, there were 2 boreholes on the.
Identify yourself, would you please?
This is Roger Wingate for
Okay.
Aggregate Industries.
Okay.
There were 2 boreholes at the southeast corner of the Challenger pit. There, as Gary described, there was a borehole on the north side of the Challenger pit at the intersection of Weld County 23.5 and County Road 168. And there were several additional boreholes along County Road 23.5 between 168 and the Wattenberg Lakes project site.
My question was, were they on the retention area of the Challenger Reservoir, not immediately southeast, not immediately north, not outside the boundaries of that particular structure? Did you pour the retention area or the clay liner?
Mr. Singletary, I'd like to object to this line of questioning. If Mr. Mueller has some specific knowledge or expertise that he would like to,
Yeah, I know there's there's frustration. This is not work, but you're going to have time. You're going to have time to object to. You're going to have time for rebuttal. So,
okay.
As long as he doesn't keep
Thank you,
dragging us on, all right.
Gary, did you do a soil analysis of the backfill, the slope, to see what was in it and what the clay liner consistency was and what materials were used for the backfill to retain the high wall on the original Challenger? Did you look at the actual characteristics or did you take an assumption of modeled material? We can't hear him, sir.
Is there an answer?
Oh, sorry. Yes. So we had the as-built plans from the city of Aurora, so we used those plans. And we also used the same results, the same strength parameters that were used at the Tucson South mine, assuming that those are the same soils.
But did you take samples or was actually used for backfill on that after completion of the mine, not what was proposed or designed? Because if it was done correctly, and if those materials were placed as supposedly done, the pit should not be leaking at the rate it's leaking. And it is leaking tremendously just from the visible water. So I guess my answer is you did not pull and do laboratory tests on that actual material. Did you test the clay liner for permeability?
No, we did not.
Thank you. That's all I have for him. Thank you.
Any other rebuttal from the objectors?
No.
Okay, all right. Move on to rebuttal from the applicant.
Thank you, board members. The questions that were raised by the objector seem to be as to the hydrologic issues. Although I'd like to first start out and say, you know, that for the record, we're going to renew our objections as you have recognized them, and we understand that the board would like to give everyone a chance for their say, and we appreciate your attempts to keep things kind of within the guardrails. But we would, you know, for the record, just like to continue to object to the lack of expertise and getting outside the relevancy of what's here today. So I think that Mr. Linden can actually testify to another exhibit that he did regarding the hydrology of the conveyor crossing. And I'd like to just share a, do you have that, Gary, or do I need to bring that up?
No, you don't need to bring that up.
Okay, I'm going to screen share with you some further analysis that Gary did regarding the hydrology at the crossing, and can speak to their concerns about the mounding. You know, while I'm doing that, I will say that Gary can also speak to the Challenger Reservoir, and the issues associated with the Challenger Reservoir are far beyond the scope of this application. Challenger Reservoir and the city of Aurora have their own issues that they are tending to with the division, with DWR, Division of Water Resources, and what we're asking for today is not implicated by that, or nor does it affect any continuing issues that Aurora has with the Challenger Reservoir. And so what I'm going to share with you now is I need to screen share. I'm going to share an exhibit that Gary put together. And Gary, can you just talk a little bit to what this exhibit is and how it's relevant?
Yeah, so that is because we did the boring at 168th, we have this cross section, and it shows the 15 feet of transmissible aquifer that lies underneath the conveyor. And this is the seepage analysis that we did there. So that conveyor, you can see there's no mounding on that conveyor, and there's very little shadowing. And the flow rate per lineal foot is 19.462 cubic feet per day. So can you bring up the other one? We did the other one, which is the actual, it's the site without a conveyor. And it was about, if you show that one up, it's about 20 cubic feet per day. So there's almost no obstruction whatsoever by that conveyor.
So these are the existing, these are the existing conditions?
So put that one up, please.
Okay.
And so this is the existing condition, which is the aquifer without any conveyor whatsoever, without any culvert whatsoever. You get 20, so it's about 1 cubic foot per day per linear foot difference.
Thank you, Gary. So what I heard the objectors say, to be honest with you, is that the only real objection that they have remaining, they don't have objections to limits of mining, they don't have objection to the signing. They claim that for the reclamation plan, their only objection is that they weren't notified of amendment number 1, which clearly isn't at issue today. And that they have some concerns about the conveyor vibration, but it seems to all be related to their concerns about the continuing stability of the Challenger Reservoir, which again is not, you know, within the jurisdiction of the board, and is not relevant to our request today. And then the hydrologic balance, which, with all due respect, the hydrologic balance would only be affected by this request in regards to the conveyor crossing, as all the rest of the hydrologic issues were addressed in the 2004 permit. I know that Ms. Cordova took the opportunity to talk about much more of the conditional use permit than merely why it's sparked the need for this amendment. And I, with all due respect to the board, I won't address that as I don't feel like any of those issues are relevant. And I also don't feel like Ms. Cordova is qualified to testify as to what AI can and can't do in terms of their mining of this property. So at this point, it has no further rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask one quick question to Gary?
Wait a minute. You have
We've got about 20 minutes left.
well, yeah, except you passed it up. I'll let you have a question, but
Okay, just one question. Gary, did you do an actual flow study where you pumped and did the study, or did you use model data?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, so all those, that is based on a K or a hydraulic conductivity of 500 feet per day, which is based on numerous pump tests performed in the area.
Okay, so that was not done on any testing. That was done on an assumption of conformity with the area, correct?
No, it's done on the published pump test.
Okay, and when was that done?
Oh, most of it's prior to the 2004 groundwater model.
Thank you. So it had nothing to do with the current condition with the slurry walls that are to the north, the south, the backfill of the triangle, that's 27 acres, or any changes in permeability of the groundwater going from west to the river. Thank you.
okay, we're going to move on to the division rebuttal.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jared here with the division. So there's been a lot of back and forth about engineering studies and what have you. And in a lot of discussion about the Challenger Reservoir, which is not under consideration here. The division has reviewed the engineering study that was supplied by the applicant for AM2 for the conveyor, which crosses over that portion of the Challenger Reservoir. We reviewed those variables that were put into that model, and we had felt that they were accurate and were in keeping with good engineering practices, and we are comfortable with the factors of safety that were developed from those. Yeah, let's see. Is there anything else? Yeah, the Challenger Reservoir, I mean, it was a DRMS permit that was released, I believe, in 2013, Patrick, is that correct? Yeah, and so it's no longer under the DRMS jurisdiction. So just some clarifications on the Challenger Reservoir and what that pertains to. Yeah, that's all the rebuttal we have.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one comment?
Well, yeah, here's what I'm going to tell you. You have 10 minutes for closing statement.
Okay.
You can utilize it for what you need.
I mean, I only want to clarify one point. Everybody says that the Challenger Reservoir is not part of this hearing. The 7 acres directly goes over the top of the Challenger Reservoir wall. So you can't say that the Challenger Reservoir is not part of this consideration. And the comment.
I have a comment.
Sure, you're part of the objectors.
When I read the 2004, which everything's been based on, the modeling, the testing, what was in existence, what wasn't, there was, at least at that time, from the DRMS or from, the mining board, a desire to take a picture and say, hey, we've got this going on to the north, we've got this going on here. And they took a look at all of that stuff. And obviously that stuff was not completed, or it wasn't finished, or they changed. For example, the modeling, they were wet mining, they weren't dry mining like they are right now. So they obviously required an intelligent thorough study and looked at that and then have relied on that from that point forward, even though the dynamics have changed, including not shown in the pictures, a very heavily developed neighborhood just to the west of this area, which now has people irrigating their lawns and flushing more water down there. There is a agricultural cicada. He does a lot of irrigation. That too gets channeled. It cannot flow under the road as it used to. There's very limited places. This is a downhill slant. In the soils reports, it shows areas that it was as shallow as 5 feet and as deep as 50 feet in the paleo area. It's got a very significant amount of pressure going towards that flat. And then when you take and you block that, it obviously is going to reroute that. And so without having the amount of flow measured, how do you know what is adequate for an under drain? What is adequate for anything? So now you've taken that one area going down the road and you're going to block it with a conveyor, because that's what is going to be permitted here. This is what we're talking about in the 7 acres, is a conveyor that's going to run under 168th Street. And it has an effect on the area. And I just think it's important to look at that picture and say, well, hey, models are awesome. They're wonderful. But if you don't have that model based on true data or up-to-date data, accurate data, then I don't care how beautiful the model is. To me, it's pointless.
Any other?
I do want to say one other thing. Yes.
Okay, you bet.
Miss Berger, or Michelle, I'm sorry, I don't remember her last name, but she commented that Wayne Mueller was not qualified as an expert. And I would like Wayne to restate his history in mining so that it can be remembered the expertise that he has and what he is talking about. Would you please go ahead, Wayne?
All right, it's Dr. Mueller. I have a PhD in human engineering, human factors engineering. I have a master's degree in statistics. I understand math. I understand models. It's not something foreign to me. I've done numerous programs for the U.S. Bureau of Mines, including assessment of conveyor systems, the assessment of underground communication systems, because conveyor systems fail and communications are important so you know where the material piles up or impacts safety. I did the 2 years, I did the site visits of surface gravel mines for the U.S. Bureau of Mines. I've seen very good operations. I've seen bad operations. Without going into any more detail, there have been numerous man-made structures fail after adequate engineering was done without current data. Current and accurate data, not assumptions, is very important. This conveyor, as Mr. Lloyd said, is on the Challenger Reservoir. It's right over the area that is in question. We know it was not done per plan or it wouldn't be leaking. So either the engineering data was wrong or the operator completed it incorrectly. If you look at the Dersham Reservoir adjacent to this one, it's been dry since day one. It was done correctly. I assume that what they used was accurate and complete data. And I just asked you to do that. The division answer was that we use good engineering modeling data. They did not use any current on-site data. They didn't take samples. They know the mine was not put in per standard. They don't know what the flow rate was. It was modeled prior to 2004. We just asked that current and real data be used so that we can guarantee safety of the structures and the people around this proposed conveyor, which is part of the process required by the division. Thank you.
Anything further from objectors? You probably have a couple minutes left.
No, we're fine. We've done it all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Closing statement from the division.
Our closing statement is just that the division recommends approval with a condition And that condition being that land shall not be affected in tracts L, O, and County Road 23.5 until final crossing designs are approved by the respective county and documentation of the approval has been submitted to the division.
Okay. Closing statement from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Singletary. In the interest of responding directly to the last statements made by the objectors and in closing, there's been a lot of assumptions made by people who are not qualified as experts on the issues that have been raised, which are hydrogeology and stability of the Challenger pit, which in and of itself is not relevant to the request. Further, the division supports the use of the models and the engineering data that we've used. So at this point, what we'd like to just say is that, you know, it's unfortunate that the objectors have taken this opportunity to put forth 14 issues that really boil down to just one, and to take an inordinate amount of time to, dare I say, attack the DRMS process and the processes and the staff. And we have attempted to meet with the objectors numerous times to no avail. So at this point, we believe that much, if not most, of their testimony and exhibits are irrelevant, and that they had an ample opportunity to raise some of these objections during the CUP process, which they did. And while the CUP is not within the jurisdiction of the board, since Ms. Gould brought it up, it actually imposes 38 conditions on the operator to maintain you know, our operations in a way that are least impactful to our neighbors. We agree with Mr. Lenberg and the DRMS staff that the application meets all the requirements for approval with one condition, and therefore we respectfully request approval of the application with the one condition by the board, and we thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank all of you. Before I close the hearing, any questions of any of the entities from any of the board members? Okay.
We don't have a rebuttal to their rebuttal or to their close.
You're done. It's over.
Okay.
Unless somebody asks you a question. Any questions from the board? Okay, if not, the hearing's closed and the board will go into discussion about the issue. Anybody have any thoughts?
I have a question of AI that in the condition that's being added, you have a process yet to go through that will involve the detailed design of this conveyor structure.
Jill, I've already closed the hearing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But go ahead and comment, please.
I want to understand the condition and what work needs to be done for them to meet that. What kind of work will be done by AI and in the other jurisdictions outside of our domain to address these issues?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that other than, you know, there's certain, like the reservoir and stuff has some implications coming from water resources and they're dam safety people, and if that's part of it. But and I noticed with all the material that was furnished that, you know, the different entities, Adams County, Weld County are certainly looking at the crossings, the underground crossings, and what they might do. So you know, I think they're held to a pretty high standard there. But water resources is going to have, as I think, I could be wrong, but I think that's where the reservoir could come into place. But anyway, any other discussion, please? Further discussion, questions? What are the feelings of the board?
I just have a confirmations type question for Mr. Lindberg. When you made your closing statement of staff recommendations, just because you listed off the conditions piece, I'm guessing that was listing off a lot of the access for the property. You didn't change that statement from your original position at the beginning of this hearing or presentation to, you didn't add anything additional to that after hearing all of these conversations, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, since we weren't looking at it on a slide or something, that there wasn't something flagged differently that we needed to be calling out. So thank you for that.
Any other discussion or comments? What's the pleasure of the board? What direction do you want to take? We need at least somebody to make a motion, I suppose, one way or the other, and on the issue.
Yeah, this is Patrick. I'll put forward the motion to conditionally approve the construction materials 112C amendment application for the Tucson South Resource AM2, file number M-2004-044. The condition is as follows. Land shall not be affected in Tract L, Tract O, and County Road 23.5 until final crossing designs are approved by the respective county and documentation of the approval has been submitted to the division.
Is there a second?
Anthony, second.
Okay, thank you, both Patrick and Anthony. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, Patrick's motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. We'll go to number 9 on the number 9 on our agenda today, which is a discussion item, the Jack Starner Reclamation Award. Russ Means.
Let me get everything squared away here. I was originally going to present this to the board and stuff in December, but because of time constraints and that, we didn't get that opportunity. So, and I know it's been a long day today, even though it's still early afternoon, but I'm going to make this really quick. I would like to present to the board the Jack Starner Memorial Reclamation Award that we presented to an operator and stuff in late November. Let me see if I can share my screen. Let's get up here. We want to go. You're going to do that, are you? All right. Go to. There we go. Can everybody see that now?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to take the opportunity to present to the board the Jack Starner Memorial Reclamation Award for 2021. This award is presented by the Colorado Mine Reclamation Board in cooperation with the Colorado Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association. The Jack Starner Memorial Reclamation Award is sponsored by the board and is awarded annually, recognizing outstanding reclamation of aggregate construction materials operations and furthers the collection and dissemination of information about successful reclamation techniques and community outreach. This award is in memory of Jack Starner. Mr. Starner served on one of our original mine land reclamation boards and provided valuable guidance to the industry, local government, and environmental communities in mine land reclamation. This year's award goes to Mark Marietta for the Parkdale Quarry. for enhancements of reclamation through community and stakeholder engagement. The Parkdale history and stuff was, the quarry was actually permitted in 1977 by Agile Stone Systems. Martin Marietta acquired that permit in 2016. Reclamation began on alluvial deposits in 2020, and they are currently going through the process of adding an additional 700 acres of mineable quarry resources on 1,400 acres. Collaborative efforts for with the community and stakeholders included collaborations with Colorado's Parks and Wildlife, the Wild Sheep Foundation, Rocky Mountain Bighorn Society, and the Pikes Peak chapter of National Audubon Society. As noted and stuff, this area and stuff with the quarries and stuff in that is a big bighorn sheep habitat. So they worked with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife to determine the post-mine land use that was the best suited for the bighorn sheep for slope availability, for escape terrain, and early revegetation and stuff for forage. The escape terrain designed from high walls or talus slopes of the rock overburden of at least 40 degrees helps provide paths and stuff and that to for bighorn sheep and stuff to avoid predators. Placement of the rock piles on the feeding areas was also shown to support the use by bighorn sheep, as well as blending in with the surrounding area. There's a couple of pictures and stuff in that of the work that they were doing. As you can see here, they were piling up rock and stuff against the face and working on sloping up on the very top. I don't know if you can see my pointer and stuff. That's some of the natural terrain and stuff there. In the slide that's the upper right one and stuff, you can see part of the high wall and stuff that's being blended in. And then of course down at the bottom they're doing some hydroseeding and other activities and stuff to establish vegetation. This is a bigger picture of that overall. It kind of gives you a bigger view of it. You can see the natural terrain up at the top, the blending of the slopes in there. And then this is a good track and stuff of backfilling the high walls, creating the slopes, and then seeding those slopes and stuff in that for final reclamation. An overview and stuff in that from up above gives you a better idea of the terrain that was created and stuff in that to help with the bighorn sheep. And in the background, you can kind of see how those natural rock outcroppings and stuff in that help out as well. So Martin Marietta strives to not only be a world-class leader in aggregates and building supplies, but they also strive for excellence in safety, environmental stewardship, and sustainability. Since the purchase by Martin Marietta of the quarry, preservation of the environment and minimization of the quarry's impacts to the surrounding neighbors has been a priority. The Parkdale site is leading the way in reclamation as they mine to help create different habitats for native animals and plants to thrive now and in the future. They understand and take seriously the environment and their neighbors. So we'd like to take the time and stuff to congratulate Martin Marietta and the Parkdale quarry team. Let's see here. Let me get out of there. So that's the positive and stuff there. I'd also, let's see if we can do this and stuff. I'd also like to take a quick moment and stuff to bring the board up to date on a couple of other things and stuff. As JD mentioned and stuff, we are getting ready to go into, we're firing back our rulemaking process finally, which is great because it's been kind of on again, off again. The red line version will be going back out to stakeholders and stuff towards the end of this week. And we'll have another informal stakeholders meeting probably in the middle to late February. And then we will start looking at going into the formal process. And our goal and stuff is to have rulemaking in May in that. And what we'll do there is we'll take a look at May and we'll backtrack our calendar and stuff in that to make sure that we have our the Secretary of State publishing and everything else, the stuff that's correct. And one last final thing, over the last couple of months and stuff, I know that there's been different discussions and stuff in that. I wanted to bring to the attention to the board that the program has had a couple of opportunities and stuff to do some outreach and stuff with stakeholders. One of those, of course, was we met with the Colorado Sand and Stone Association. And at a round table. Myself and 3 seniors had a chance to sit down and just talk about general things without any specific sites. Listen to some of their concerns and also express some of our concerns and some of the trends that we're seeing moving forward. And then I also had the opportunity to address the Colorado Counties Inc. in the early December. And what that is it's a county group that is kind of their legislative branch. Had a nice chance to meet with everybody. Mr. Mock, the Clear Creek County Commissioner, Sean Wood, wanted me to send on his regards. And so we're trying to find avenues and stuff to reach out to counties, because we know we have some common areas, but we also have very distinct boxes to work within. And sometimes those that gets lost in translation. So we're trying to do our best and stuff to have conversations with counties and stuff so that we understand each other's processes and stuff moving forward. So with that, it's a little bit more positive and stuff to end the meeting on and stuff like that. That's all I have, Chairman Singletary.
Any questions of Mr. Means while we have him here cornered about what's going on? Okay, thank you, Russ.
Thank you.
That Parkdale, that is pretty important to the Arkansas. That's neat, that Parkdale area. That's one of the main comouts of for rafting, and so that's pretty neat. That obviously that goes into the Royal Gorge.
Yeah, and I think
that's a neat deal.
Yeah, I think one of the important things and stuff there is that they're adding in that over 1,000 acres, and they went through the federal process because a lot of it's BLM, and they got very minimal comments. And in our process and stuff, we have gotten none and stuff in that. So we're working our way through that. And actually, several of the community members came out in the federal process and submitted positive comments and stuff in that they supported the whole project. So that speaks loudly and stuff to the work they're doing.
Good. Yeah, okay, so moving along here. Cammie, do we have any people for public comment?
Nope, we do not.
Okay, good. How about Chuck, after all this, do we need any?
Yeah, no need for
executive session activity? I hope not.
Not this month.
Okay, good. Any other questions or comments from the board? If not, could I ask Tim, get me your phone number? I want to talk to you about a wildlife issue one of these days. Huh?
Oh yeah, do you want me to just give you a call?
If you could text me your number, I'd like to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great if you would. All right, board, thanks for your indulgence today. It was a tough one, and we hung in there. So have a good weekend, and we'll see you next month.